Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Victory Never Sleeps. I see the finest of people have gathered here with us. Bodie and Jason, all the way from the Great White North. Jilly, very nice to see you. And yeah, definitely a good point. You're wearing the Yule Elf hat.
Tis the season.
That's great. I was just about to say too, Heathen Man made a point to apologize for the side quest, but I think that side quest was super important. Not a lot of folks get to talk about the entirety of the gods, or the Aus and the Aussynjur and the Austvenir and the Himmelwerder and even beyond. The list of our divine is big, but very rarely has anybody really kind of encapsulated it into a type or form in which we could, better learn and understand it. And so it gave us a chance to really kind of do that. So I thought it was a great question. It just the saga itself is very long, so great questions also mean adding on time.
GW Farnsworth, thank you so much. Just got our weekly 5 coffees from him. We appreciate your generosity coming through every week like clockwork. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's very much appreciated. Top of the show things. I don't know if we have a ton for you this week at the top of the program, other than the Yule season officially kicks off on Friday.
Yes.
I'm sure we will mention it throughout the program or later this evening, but we wish you guys the happiest of Yules. And the way the calendar's working out, I think we've got one episode during Yule this go around. Worth mentioning, we are celebrating Yule at all 4 of our Hoffs this weekend. If you can make it, get out there. We would love to have you guys there celebrating with us. It is the best time to do that. I mean, I suppose at each of them individually, there's an argument to be made of the kind of signature event of that Hoff. But as a general thing, and getting to know the local congregations there, Yule is the time to do it. So we'd love to see you guys there. It's always a good time, always an exciting time, always a good turnout. Yeah, it's a joyous time of year, so make the most of it with family and friends. I think that's what I've got. So this week we just finished chapter 46, I believe. So we are going to read through the 69th chapter, and that will, we're going to read through the end of chapter 69, and then we will finish off next week. It is long, but this has been fun. In case you haven't joined us, I know I say this a lot, but it bears repeating. Especially for those of you that are, old hats at this or been around a long time. When you first get involved in Asatru, one of the old, silly sayings is like, it's a religion with homework. Well, if you genuinely believe in your faith, every religion is religion with homework. But many of us got into this voraciously trying to read the lore. There we go. I got to bring my arms in. And that means different things. It certainly means the Eddas, but it also means a great many sagas and stories and fragments and things. And it seems like when you start that it's this endless stack of stuff. But when you've been doing it for a few decades, you work your way through most of the stuff. Every now and again, something new comes your way that you haven't heard, or there's a new translation of something from out of the land of obscurity, or any number of those things. And there's always stuff to learn if you really go out there and seek it. But a lot of this material, many of us encountered when we first got involved in Asatru, or maybe at some other point in our journey, but maybe you haven't gone back over it in years. Maybe you just look for a certain excerpt from it, or use it as a reference thing after you've read it. So going back through and reading it with fresh eyes, with someone new, with a different group of people, it's a really cool experience. And going back through this with Svan has been awesome. Going through our eddas with him has been really cool. And going through it with you guys in the chat has been awesome too. So I'm excited. The action's ramping up.
Yeah.
Our hero is kind of just starting his epic journey. And so we have a lot of cool things this evening and certainly next time. There is a link to, hopefully Nick will put up, to a Icelandic sagas map. It's in Icelandic, but you can very easily at the top translate it all into English. It doesn't translate perfectly, but it gets pretty close. And it sometimes makes fun translation errors. But it's got an interactive map that links to all these different locations as we go through it. I've been nerding out on that, clicking all those things, following the geography, getting more familiar with the distances and how close these things are. The world of the sagas, I mean, when they're over in Finland raiding, or in other parts of Europe, it's a little bit more far flung, but it's surprising how small scale and close a lot of this action is. The epic sea voyage from Norway to Iceland, about 3 days. So it's not some kind of, it's not like they're worlds apart. The world was it was smaller. To see how big of a role these people played in their sphere and in their world is really interesting. And I think the geography adds a lot to the story the more you become familiar with it. So with that, Svan, do you have anything you want to say to prep folks, or do you want to jump right in?
I mean, I think I'm going to jump right in, but I did want to say, I probably should turn that down. I did want to say, I noticed everyone saying, Happy Yule, Merry Yule. So I just wanted to say to everyone, have a happy Yule, gleðileg Yule. And I'm glad to see everybody doing stuff. Definitely, if you need a refresher, look up. We just released a video from Githya Eriksson discussing Yule, and some of the traditions that, you could incorporate. And, I hope everybody's, doing well. And I see people talking about the Yolakati, and I'm like, instant, like a anxiety that starts. But I did want to say too, like, for our house, we do the Yule elf, and he has the Yule bok or Yule goat. But I know some folks are doing Krampus and the Yule lads from Iceland, and I don't know if they're doing Grilla, but
Chocolatey Pete
or Zwarte Piet. If you're a Dutchman, if you're from the Netherlands, you might have the Zwarte Piet, and yeah. But their Santa Claus looks like a bishop or something. He looks very much like a Roman Catholic priest with a little shepherd crook and everything. And I'm
And the miter.
Yeah. But there is a Yule video that we did as well on VNS. I think it'd be really good for folks to, go back and watch that one. We did cover Yule, and also too for folks that are in the church and that are on MeWe, I will be posting a video about the Iron Mark calendar and or just the counter of days really is what you should consider it. We use the Gregorian calendar as our mainstay, but a great way to do a counting of days without electronics and a way to kind of see the year through, mainly through our holy tides instead of, through months that kind of shift around all the time. If anybody's interested, I'm posting a video over there about how to download it and to use it for the next coming year, because Mother's Night is day 0, so it's kind of easier to just do it at that point. But wanted to throw that out there as well.
All right, guys, so we are going to be starting on chapter 47.
All right. I'm glad you remembered, because I was actually further back.
Yeah, you were last week too. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I don't
What's
know
up
why.
with that. But yeah, I just remembered trying to plot it 23 per. I think it ends up next week being 24 chapters. But I've seen versions of this. My version that I'm looking at goes chapter 92. I've seen ones that only go to chapter 90 though. So
all right, so there might be some differentiation between numbering. My son right now is writing down the Halvamal, and the website that I chose for him to do it is different than the one I normally pull up on my phone. So, and they were drastically different in number.
Well, good. That's kind of a fun challenge to, I don't know, bring a new insight into it.
Yeah, and I did tell him, our assembly, the Asatru Folk Assembly tries to get all of them. They want, it's about the broad view. There's no particular messiah or scholarly prophet who, aha, and that's it. So, and then the translations too help with our understanding, because if you don't understand the translations, or if you do, but it's interesting comparatively to another translation, you end up finding a lot about the gods, even when it's, it's just simply a word or a couple.
I mean, you and I were talking about that, an hour ago.
Right.
That's something anyone listening to this, don't at all be intimidated. You don't need to know any different language. Modern English or wherever you find yourself is fine. It doesn't prevent you. But I found a lot, the more that you look into the linguistics, it adds a richness and it helps develop a closer familiarity. And it's really useful that way. And that's from somebody who's been doing this for, over 2 decades now. So
right.
If I could turn back time, I would have gotten more involved in the linguistics earlier on. But if you guys don't know, Svan and I are working on that, as are other Gothar in the Asatru Folk Assembly. Icelandic is closer to Old Norse than Modern English is to Shakespeare. So it should be an easy enough transition from Modern Icelandic to incorporating Old Norse spellings and variants. And it'll get you a lot of the way if you learn Icelandic, which is no easy task, I assure you. But Pimsleur is a online course that is got really cool apps. It's got a really cool method to walk you through it. I'm on lesson 15 now, and I'm not going to pretend that I speak Icelandic fluently, because I obviously do not, but it's gotten me a lot closer and it's really helped. It's the thing that's helped me the most any of the times I've tried in the past. So if it's something that interests you guys, that's something I would encourage you to look into. I think that's check one thing here.
Yeah, I would definitely say too that app is phenomenal. It comes at the language from a totally different angle than like if you're used to Duolingo. No, it has a conversation between two native speakers, and then it breaks down that conversation and it expands on ideas and context.
I felt like such a giddy little kid when I was first going through it, because they start each thing just diving you into a short exchange between two people in Icelandic. And very quickly, I was able to understand what people were saying. Even if, I was getting stuck on something or whatever, I was able to get real close and like, oh, wow, I know what they said.
Right.
I felt silly, but I was just so excited that, I was able to make the connection. So
yeah, right out the gate.
I would encourage that. So there you go. And with that, Svan, let's take them to chapter 47 and travel back in time to early medieval Iceland.
Right. And here, in the translation, we see a word, and I've mentioned it before, but I'll mention it again in case anybody that's coming in and hasn't seen the other episodes. There is a lot of, I guess Middle English or just archaic in between Middle and our modern language that is used. And here is one of the perfect examples. Chapter 46 of Thorolf's and Egill's harrying. The word harrying has two meanings, and it survives in our religion. You might be familiar with it, with the Einherjar. The Einherjar are the ones who rise above, or could also be translated as the one warrior, the warrior of one. And poetic language is like that, and it often has double meanings. So like Val could mean slain, but it can also mean chosen or to choose. So the Val father isn't necessarily just the father of the slain, he's also the choosing father. And this word harrying in English, it means to kind of aggressively attack at multiple angles or multiple points. And what this really is they're going a Viking. They're going to go out and they're going to sail around and either raid or trade depending on the situation. And oftentimes in older stuff, you'll hear, oh, the Vikings harried the coast. It has nothing to do with hair. So Thorolf and Egill stayed that winter with Thorir. And it's worth remembering too, Thorolf and Egill are brothers. And they were made much of, but in spring they got ready a large warship and gathered men thereto. And in summer they went to the eastern way and harried. There won they much wealth and had many battles. So at this point they're full-fledged.
On what chapter are you on?
46.
We are on 47.
Oh, see, I'm still doing it.
I know.
That's all right. You're keeping me in line. I get lost. All right. So 47. Of the further harrying of Thorolf and Egill. So Harold Gormson had then taken the kingdom of Denmark, his father Gorm being now dead.
Side point.
Oh, yeah.
So am I correct that his father was Gorm the Old?
I want to say yes. but whenever we do like any of these lore things, I'm always tentative because of the fact that like Olaf Tryggvason is different than Saint Olaf. So there is this doubling where I doubt myself, and I'm like, I remember it being that way, but I'm always, I want to be super, super careful.
All right, this is Harold Bluetooth, right?
Yes, Gormson is
Bluetooth
Harold.
is in fact the son of Gorm the Old. Point of fact, Gorm the Old was the last Asatru king of Denmark.
And did he, or how did his son get converted? Yes, Gormson is Bluetooth.
Cool.
Blautong is how you say Bluetooth. That's always interesting to me because, like, Erikur the Red, he was also of the old faith, our faith, and his son Leif, was he became a Christian, and I like one of the things in that story of his saga. He basically convinced his mother to join the Christian church, and she wouldn't sleep with a heathen. So, but I guess it must not have been that good because Eric was like, that doesn't affect me at all. Like, I don't care. Like, I'm not changing away from my gods, whether you try to, do this or not. So I've always found that like super hilarious. I know that we have many great heroes who have died for our faith, but that was a bold move as well. I'm not going this route. And then she wanted him to build a chapel, and he took an axe and threw it like over a berm and down a hill. And he said, wherever the axe lands, that's where I'll build it because I love you, but I'm not going to walk out of my house and see that.
So Bluetooth was converted around 960. Gorm the Old is what the complex at Yelling, many of you may be familiar with the Yelling Stone. It's a really famous rune stone in Yelling, Denmark. He was interred there in a big burial mound. Later, they dug him up and put him in the Christian church that's also on the site at Yelling, and put him under the floor near the altar. And it's funny that what was it, 2013, when Steve McNallen and myself, along with Sheila and some friends of ours, were there. We went and we visited his remains, his tomb there, and we went into the church that was there. We actually had a lady that we were with guard the door when we were in there by ourselves, and we did a little ritual over the site where he was laid to rest inside this church there on the site. And it's to mark the spot. It's funny, they have this like zigzaggy line pattern with metal on the floor on like, I think a concrete floor, like stone floor rather, of this church. And over the top where he's interred, within the metal pattern, intentionally or unintentionally, they mark a gold colored, I assume it's, I don't know, brass sig rune there, which is cool. And so over top of that, we did a little ritual there when we went and visited Denmark on an AFA trip.
I was just reading an interesting little bit here too, that the sagas in general from Iceland kind of paint Harold Bluetooth in a negative light, and he was forced to submit twice to the Swedish prince Styrbjörn the Strong, and he was one of the Jomvikingur, or the Jom Vikings, twice. And then he made an oath, and he broke it to avoid facing him again. And then he ran and kind of started issues elsewhere.
And he's villainous because he betrayed our gods.
There is that, is yes.
So something to think about. And I know that new folks to Asatru often wonder, like, man, what do I do with all my ancestors that were Christians? And most of us have many, 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 many generations of Christian ancestors. That's all fine and good. Most of those people didn't know better and didn't have a lot of option. But we're dealing right now with a generation of people that did know better. They came into this world and into this life in troth to the Aesir. And many of them, in the course of this saga and this generation that we're reading about, chose to abandon that and betray that troth to the Aesir. And by doing so, they didn't just break that link for themselves, but they did that for all those generations between us and them. And, I don't hold anything against my Christian grandfather or great-grandfather. That's the religion he was born into and the society he was born into. But I do hold great animosity towards people of this generation that chose to betray the gods in the first place. They knew better.
Yeah, and the question always remains, why? Why did they do it? Why did Leifur? Why did Harold? And like Leifur is a good example of an actual, just a convert. He wasn't, particularly, like, he wasn't a royal or anything. But here we have another example of like a royal, and royals really stood out to gain. So, I mean, I do think that Leifur could have gained something in the sense that he was trading and had trade routes with Christians, and it was growing fast. So perhaps, there was some benefit there. But with Harold, absolutely, the gaining of support from the church that had a lot of money, even down to when they dug up his father and his mound, the grave goods were, dispersed to the church, and because they believe, you don't need it in the afterlife, and so they took that, dispersed it to him and to the church, and buried him in a in a hole in a church yard. So there was a lot of conniving, usury, bribery, marriages. There was a lot of stuff. And for those folks who grow up in a religion that is not built around devotion, instead is built around culture, and we see it all the time. People, will turn against the cultures that they're in and say, "Oh, yeah, I hate this, I hate that." So we have to battle that a lot, I think. Even in the modern day.
Because it's relevant, we just have a comment over on the side, or where was it? Where did I see it? Aha. From Tom Bass, and it's relevant to what we're talking about, not because I only let you get in halfway through the first paragraph. Wasn't the Christian doctrine of divine right of kings an enticement for conversion to protect their claims to the throne? In a roundabout way, but so, and some of this goes back to other unrelated things that factor into this question. A divine right of kings isn't a biblical thing. The ancient Hebrews weren't supposed to have a king. They were super rebellious and they threw a fit, and their, their Jewish God decided to, okay, fine, I will send you a king because you guys can't behave yourself. And that's how the Davidic kingship came, or I guess, yes, but that's how first the Saul's kingship came about. That was an anomaly and wasn't really a thing. In Europe, the reigning monarchs, we had divine right of kings. Now, you're hearing about a really specific cultural expression. There were a lot of these little petty kings that would call themselves king, but maybe they were king of a valley or a bay or, a couple hundred people, but they weren't big kings ruling kingdoms until just about this generation, a little bit previous. You started having these kings that took over big swathes of the country, just like Harold Fairhair here earlier. So the concept of divine kingship was absolutely an Asatru concept. The royal families of Europe, even into the Christian age, trace their legitimacy back to them being descended from our gods. Most often the Allfather Odin, but like in Sweden, Lord Freyr would be that they would trace back their royal lineage to. The sacrality of kingship vastly predates Christianity. That's why it was so easy to overlay the Christian divine right of kings concept on it. Yes, when the continent was turning and they'd forgotten all about that, they don't care about that. They just care that, Jehovah had anointed them king. Yes, your pagan king doesn't have the blessing of our Jewish God, therefore you're illegitimate and will rally the people against you, or will rally other Christian nations against you. Yes, but the divinity of kingship was long celebrated in our ancestral times, long before Christianity came into Europe. Do you have anything to add on that, Svan?
Yeah, I think that, when we talk about the divine kingship, it's just that when we go from a culture that does oral poetic traditions to carry things on versus one that writes things down. And I'm a huge believer that our ancestors should have gotten on the writing things down train. But yeah, when you talk about the kings of Sweden and Denmark and even in the central German areas or back towards like the Bronze Age, there's evidence that would lend to the idea that the kings were anointed or placed in there by the machinations of the gods, by fate or by Orlog or Weird. And I think that lends, heavily towards that. But you see king style changes where say during the time of Tacitus, he noted that even though the king was right there, the menfolk could come in with their weapons, which was foreign comparatively to the Romans. So there is this essence of the way that kings functioned, and they functioned more on merit. And then what you see, like even in this mentioning with Harold, nobody's allowed to bring a weapon in front of him. So Thorolf, even Egill, they have to disarm. So the functioning of kings, I think, greatly changed with the coming of Christianity. And again, there was also the ever-present counseling of the church that was not there. You were counseled by, your thanes and experienced warriors or family members, and then it shifted over to like a tendril of Rome. So the function, I think, changed, but the idea of a sacral king was much, much older. It just had an allure because of money, and I think too also a removal of certain responsibilities. kings of old, if they failed, they often met, even spiritually, they felt they would meet doomed ends. And we see that in the sagas. But the allure of the kingship via, being anointed by the church is that they would somehow kind of avert that and, not have to worry about perhaps an underling coming and taking it from you, but instead, your child could pick it up. So I think the function changed, but sacral kinship and kingship amongst our folk certainly was there. Let me see. Sacral kingship to Tom Bass, if you're interested. A couple of books, two major books is the Road to Hell is a great book because it talks about funerary rites, and that's a really good one. And the other is Myths and Legends of Pagan Europe. Those two really do cover some of those kind of concepts and compare them to our cousins, the Gauls, in the South and in the Isles. So really, really cool. Okay, so let's see. All right. So yes, of the harrying of Thorolf and Egill, Harold Gormson had taken the kingdom in Denmark, his father Gorm being now dead. The land was then open to harrying. So really what this is saying is, with the transfer of one king to another, there's this moment where Harold Bluetooth or Harold Gormson is trying to, I'm going to use the word, Matt, he was trying to galvanize Denmark. And this was a ripe opportunity for the Norwegians.
Upon what premise was he trying to galvanize?
Well, under the premise of security. If he galvanized it, in the future, he would have security. For anybody playing the drinking game, Daniel. So let's see here. So the land was then open for harrying. Freebooters, Vikings, often lay off the Danish coast. Aki knew Denmark well, both by sea and by land. So Egill inquired of him diligently where the places were that promised great booty or good booty. But when they came to Eirir Sound, then Aki said that up on the land there was a large trading town called Lunter. There, he said, was hope of plunder, but 'twas likely that the townsmen would make resistance. So, and if anybody's wondering about the origin of the word booty, it comes from German, Bute, meaning treasure. So the question was put before the men, whether they should go up there or not. Opinions were divided, some liking, some letting it. Then the matter was referred to the leaders. Thorolf was rather for going up. Then Egill was asked what counsel he thought, and he recited a stave. Wolf battering warrior, wield we high gleaming swords. In snake fostering summer, such deeds well beseem. Lead up to Lunder, let laggards be none. Spear music ungentle by sunset shall sound. So he is in agreement. We should go. I love the idea that in snake fostering summer, the season of snakes because this is the best time. The weather is good. And this is where we start to see Egill's true spirit. He is a warrior. He sees an opportunity. He places himself in front of harm. He knows that the menfolk of the village could, take their lives. That's why they're doing this vote to begin with. And he doesn't shirk away from it. I can honestly tell everyone here, I had a similar experience in Iraq, and this saga led me towards the path that I wanted to, or that I went to go on. There was 2 places I could have went, and as they were drafting a lot of the corporals and sergeants to fill in these spots, and I was told this place had just been attacked and this place had seen nothing, and I saw the nervousness of some of my fellow Marines. So I said, yeah, I'll go to the place that was just attacked. If it's hot, send me there.
So question, upon the eve of battle, did you recite verses?
No, I wish I had.
But, verse.
I mean, battles is an interesting term, because by that time we were doing a lot of what would almost be police work, and getting attacked and fighting was never, we were more reactionary than anything. Though there were, nights where, we would do things and go out and kind of assault houses and build up these, places to, try to catch people and so on and so forth. But I did give bloat on the Euphrates with no horn, had a canteen cup. I gave some of my best MRE, electrolyte drink. And I, asked the gods that they not protect me, but at least, what it really was I just wanted to not be surprised. That was the one thing I prayed for, was just, I'm not afraid of death. I just don't want to be caught with my pants down. I don't want to be and then it be over with. So I just, all I asked was to be able to meet my death with a semblance of awareness, because that's just one of the things you think about. So yeah. So with Egill saying his prose, they go forward. After that, they made their way ready to go up, and they came to the town. But when the townsmen were aware of the enemy's coming, they made against them. A wooden wall was round the town, so they had a palisade. They set men to guard this. A very, very fierce battle was fought. Egill, with his following, charged fiercely on the gate, nor spared himself. So, all in. There was great slaughter, the townsmen falling one upon another. It is said that Egill first entered the town. The others followed. Then those of the town fled, and great was the slaughter. But Thorolf and his company plundered the town and took much wealth, and fired the buildings before they left. Then they went down to their ships. So at this point, the full stereotypical Viking stuff is going on. They are looting and taking these towns. And I think too, it's worth noting that perhaps the loss of kings, when small fiefdom kings were taken out by a larger king, there was a loss of protection, at least a window of it, before armies could be raised. And so I think that's really what they're capitalizing on in these moments. They also, they're attacking these places with the intention of bringing loot back. And we have to be careful about attempting to, moralize our ancestors. I see people say like, oh, well, you know, your ancestors owned slaves and those slaves were white people. And it's like, you're twisting and turning things to fit a narrative versus the reality is that's who they knew. That's what they knew. And the differences between them and the, you know, having battle gods to pray to when you're surrounded by folk, because our ancestors didn't live in peace. A lot of people try to, you know, always say or portray that like the Native Americans, they all loved each other and they sat around and smoked on the pipe and made, I don't know, buffalo hair macrame. And it's false. And we should not do the same thing. Our ancestors fought each other all the time for very different reasons.
Everybody likes to get behind these slogans and stuff without really putting thought to them. Everything has to do with context, and that's why I counsel to lean on principle much more than on politics, because politics are situational. We talk all the time about no more brother wars, but everything that was ever celebrated by any of our ancestors is almost exclusively brother wars, because that's how small the world was. You know, that's what they knew and where they were. You'll find in these sagas, almost all of them are in some way related to the people that they're interacting with. They knew them. If they had truces, if they had good relationships, they treated them well. If they were in the outer yard, then they were treated like they were in the outer yard. And you're looking out for yours and those who've been loyal to you. And it was a very different arrangement. The world was so much smaller, as I mentioned earlier. You know, almost all, though, of the things that we read and are celebrated, certainly from, you know, pretty much anything in the pre-Christian period was almost exclusively brother wars, because that's how the world was. Different times, different politics, different things, different geopolitical situation, you do different things. But I've always counseled against trying to project your modern sensibilities on, you know, our ancestors in a different time and a different place. You have to judge people by the standards of their time and their world and their knowledge base, not retroactively, you know, like degenerates these days do. You want to pull down all the statues of people that you have no sense to understand. Don't do that.
I did want to answer a question that's kind of relevant to what we were just talking about, because I didn't want to answer it like an hour from now. Finwraith asked, did you ever have a moment in the army when you thought that you were about to die? I was going to say one. And
are you offended?
No, he's in Finland. You might not know.
See, because Svan is not projecting his understanding upon people with a different context.
Yeah, he's from
Finland. Likes Svan.
Yeah, he might not know. I was in the Marine Corps, which is the kind of combat element connected to the Navy. And it's a very long tradition, just kind of very similar. And they were born out of the British Royal Marines and the United States. You know, they had a lot of ex-British Royal Marines that ended up becoming United States Marines during the Revolutionary War. But I was going to say, every time I ran down a street and every time I got into a helicopter, yes, you just reserved yourself for death. I'm being dead serious too. I'm not a morose joke. Helicopters are pretty scary. But yeah, and also too, running down streets where we didn't have any protection or any follow-up. It was just perhaps me and maybe 2 or 3 other people, and we were just kind of out in the open. I just figured at any minute there was going to be either an explosion or an ambush, and it was just pretty constant every time.
So we're putting it out there for the audience. something to make note of. And anyone who has been in that situation, by all means, you are entitled to feel however you want about it. I have no place to tell you what to think about it. I think it speaks really highly of my friend Svan here. The way he carries himself and the way he presents himself on things. I don't think a lot of people realize the life he's led, the things that he's seen, the life lessons that he brings to the program. He is so very humble and respectful with how he presents himself. This man's seen some things, and he has embodied far more of the warrior virtue than so many of our people like to chest thump about. It's really beneficial to all of us to think, as the kids say these days, to sit under his learning tree about some of these things, because he's been there and he knows the things that he's speaking of. And he is still able to present himself in the way that he is. The folks that are the adorners of benches should give heed and respect to the stuff that he has to say, because he's earned that in spades.
Thank you.
Hail to you, my friend.
Yeah. Let's see. I feel like I'm at a stumble now. Like, how do I follow that? Thank you.
Got nothing to follow it with. This is a celebration of you. That one.
Well, you said humbleness too. Humbleness is not. It's not like a particularly strong virtue in our faith. And you bring me bright fame, especially on here. You know, to be remembered and spoken about is good. But yeah, I don't really talk about it often, and I think a lot of people think because my demeanor, I don't know what they think of me, but I don't think they think of like some of the stuff I've done.
If they tested it, may be the last thing they think about.
I was going to say too, Finwraith said, you know, in Finland, they say everyone, they say the army for everyone. Here in America, Finwraith, there is a big difference between Army and Navy, and then the subsidiaries that follow, like the Air Force out of the Army and the Marine Corps out of the Navy. So there's a lot of kind of group rivalry. It's all done with competitive drive, but yeah, there's definitely like a big calling a Marine a soldier is like, no, I'm not in the Army. Like, no. So, okay, so they attack the town and they make their way back. And again, much slaughter, and Thorolf and Egill make their way out of it. More likely, too, they have far more experience with a sword. Even though they have the defensive position, Egill drives the attack to the door and makes it through. And it's just really emphasizing that they are seasoned warriors. So, chapter 48 of the banquet at Earl Arnfith's house. Which is interesting too, because they use a different name. Arn Hirni is in the Old Norse, but Arn means eagle. Not 100% on the Fith part. So Thorolf stood northwards with his force past Holland, and they put in a harbor there. As the wind drove them back, they did not plunder there. A little way up the country dwelt an earl named Arnfid. But when he heard the freebooters had come to the land there, he sent his men to meet them with this errand, to know whether they wished for peace or for war. Upon the messengers coming to Thorolf, with their errand. He said that they would not harry here, that there was no need to harry there or to come with war shield, the land being not so wealthy. The messenger went back to the earl and told him the issue of their errand. But when the earl knew that he need not gather men for the cause, then he rode down without any armed force to meet the freebooters. When they met, all went well at the conference. The earl, see, and that's like the moment where, in our kind of modern sensibility of like plot, he's gonna, but no, it just reads very matter of factly. The earl bade Thorolf to a banquet with him and as many of his men as he could, and Thorolf promised to go. On the appointed day, the earl had riding horses sent down to meet them. Thorolf and Egill went. They had 30 men with them, and when they came to the earl, he received them well. They were led to the dining hall. At once, beer was brought and given them to drink. They sate there till evening. But before the tables were removed, the earl said that they should cast lots to drink together in pairs. Now, that's interesting. The usage of lots and the idea that perhaps they are using runes, but it's not specifically said. The usage of the rune, like say, or the word rune, is not done there. Let's see here. I just wanted to see if, it's not the usage of the word rune is not there. So whether they used runes or not, we don't quite know. It could, and I'm just shooting this out there. I'm not saying that it's the case, but the lots themselves could have been some form of dice or something of that nature. But I have a tendency to believe that it is runes because of the usage of the word lots versus dice or anything else. But they cast them and to find pairings, and then those people will drink together. Man and woman, so far as numbers would allow, but the odd ones by themselves. They cast then their lots into the skirt of a cloak, and the earl drew them out. The earl had a very beautiful daughter then, in the flower of youth. The lot decreed that Egill should sit by her for the evening. Here we go. Egill stood up and went to the place in which the earl's daughter had sat during the day. But when all took their several seats, then the earl's daughter went to her place, and she said a verse. Why sittest in my seat, youth, thou, though seldom sure hast given to wolf his warm flesh banquet? Alone I will mind my own. Over carrion course thou heardest not, croak hoarse the joying raven, nor wentest where sword edges in warfare madly met. So she's kind of insulting. He has not fed a lot of ravens, according to her. And he will retort.
Okay, may I for a sec?
Oh, absolutely.
Egill took her and sat her down beside him. And then he spake a verse. That's for you, buddy. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I saw the question. And then he spake a verse. And I mean, in a way, this is she's on par. I think she absolutely is a lover of poetry. And at that time, poetry was such a phenomenal way of passing fame and news. It was very much their forms of entertainment. So you had people who learned it and were particular lovers of it.
The other thing that I think is worth noting, there was a need to measure up and display your value as a mate. And it's not as like transactional or as cynical as it may sound, but this was a society to where people who were worth something had self-esteem and had a sense of their own value. And there was a challenge made, and this is similar to challenging at Sumble, but you needed to prove yourself. You needed to demonstrate your worthiness as a mate. And it was a big part of that custom. And it was like, prove yourself in a bunch of ways. Challenge you to make, to compose a poetic retort, or to, go out there and make a name for yourself, to achieve. But there was there are a number, there are kind of two female archetypes that we run into a lot. And I don't know the best way to express it to where it's super clear for everybody, but there are relationship situations where partners push each other to excel and to be their best. And there are other synergies in a relationship where partners validate each other's uselessness and wallow in their mediocrity. In Asatru, the ideal is always to push ourselves to be heroes, to push each other and those we care about to be our very best and to excel at the things that we do, and not to celebrate victimhood or mediocrity. You celebrate great deeds and achievement and accomplishment. And you expect that of those that you associate yourself with. Not in a disparaging, like, hey, you suck kind of way, but in a way to push you to be your best. And that was so hardwired into society that way. Sometimes they would make the challenge, even if it was false, to give you the opportunity to crow about your deeds and cool stuff you did. So that is such a contrast with the culture that we currently find ourselves immersed in. It's worth making note of and internalizing and finding ways to do in our own life. Don't use other low achievement lamos to give you an excuse to achieve less. Push each other to be the very best you can be, and then the whole tide rises. But if we seek to actualize on our faith, it involves us being the very best we can be and inspiring our fellows, our brothers and our sisters, our mates, our children to be the very best that they can be. That raises us all up. So please keep that in mind. We're reading the stories of heroes, and that's why we're reading this, 1,100 years later.
And he is honored as well by the whole of the assembly. That is bright, bright fame so far after, and people are holding banquets and bloats in his honor. Now, he speaks back, and he says, "With bloody brand on striding, me bird of bane hath followed. My hurtling spear hath sounded in the swift Viking's charge. Raged wrathful our battle, ran fire over foemen's roof trees. Sound sleepeth many a warrior, slain in the city gate. So just if anybody's reading along too, just to note these poems don't rhyme at the end, and they have alliterative. So you can kind of see when you read them, but what's really important is to catch the ear. And you don't get that in the English translation, but like a perfect example for her, why sittest in my seat, youth? Thou seldom sure hast given. So here, sittest, seat, and seldom are the key words that are kind of, they transfer over. But she says, Quat skalter, Svein meaning young lad, I ses min, thvit thu sjalten hefer gefnar. So the alliterative sense of what is rhyming is important, and you have to learn to have an ear for it. It's like playing an instrument, and it gets, it's a little bumpy, and a lot of folks kind of notice the disjointedness of the poem, but very rarely catch on to what is exactly being set. How can it be memorized? It's memorized through alliteration. They two then drink together for the evening and were right merry. The banquet was of the best on that day and on the morrow. Then the rovers went to their ships, they and the earl parting in friendship with an exchange of gifts. Thorolf with his force then stood for the Bren Islands. At that time, there was a great lair of freebooters, because through the islands sailed many merchant ships. Aki went home to his farms, and his sons with him. He was a very wealthy man, owning several farms in Jutland. Jutland, of course, is Denmark. He and Thorolf parted with affection and pledged them close friendship. But as autumn came on, Thorolf and his men sailed northward along Norway's coast till they reached the firths, which is the word that they used to translate fjord. Then went to Lord Thorir. He received them well, but Arnbjorn, his son, much better, who asked Egill to be there for the winter. Egill took this offer up with thanks. But when Thorir knew of Arnbjorn's offer, he called it rather a hasty speech. I know not, said he, how King Eric may like that. For after the slaying of Bard, he said that he would not have Egill be here in the land. You, father, can easily manage this with the king, said Arnbjorn, so that we will not have any blame in Egill's stay. You'll ask Thorolf, your niece's husband, to be here, and I and Egill will have one winter home. Thorir saw from the talk that Arnbjorn would have his way in this. So father and son offered Thorolf winter home there, which he much accepted. They were there through the winter with 12 men. 2 brothers there were named Thorvald the Proud and Thorvid the Strong, near kinsmen of Bjorn Yeoman, and brought up with him. Tall men they were, strong, of much energy and forward daring. They followed Bjorn so long as he went out a-roving, but when he settled down in quiet, then these brothers went to Thorolf and were there with him in his harrying. They were forecastle men in the ship. And when Egill took command of the ship, then Thorvir was his forecastle man. These brothers followed Thorolf throughout, and he valued them most of his crew. They were of his company this winter and sate next to the 2 brothers. Thorolf sate in the high seat over against Thorir and drank with him. Egill sat as his cupmate over against Arnbjorn, At all toasts, the cups must cross the floor. So it's worth noting here, they're explaining some of the seating and the idea of the high seat generally is the seat in the center of the table. And then the person to your right or to your left or across from each other was your cup mate or, your second, depending on kind of the layout of the hall. And we do this too here in the Asatru Folk Assembly in a general sense that the Ausherigodi sits in the high seat, and then the person to the left of them is like the second, and the horn goes around sunwise through the hall, and usually the Thulur, the one who kind of administrates or makes sure, he or she is generally last. So to kind of make sure that all the witnessing is done. So you'll see that if you come to like national events. Is it always that way? No, but it's a general guideline. So let's see. So they spend the winter, and there's much drinking and rejoicing and good feast. So then Lord Thorir went in the autumn to King Eric. So this is the next year. The king received him exceedingly well, but when they began to talk together, Thorir begged the king not to take it amiss, but he had Egill with him that past winter. The king answered this well. He said that Thorir might get from him what he would, but it should not have been so had any other man harbored Egill. But when Gunhilda, Eric's wife, heard what they were talking of, then said she, "This, I think, Eric, that 'tis now going again as it has gone often before. Thou lendest easy ear to talk, nor bearest long in mind that the ill that is done to thee, and now thou wilt bring forward the sons of Skalagrim to this, and that they will yet again smite down some of thy nearest kin. But thou mayest choose to think Bard slaying was of no account. I think not so." So in a way, she's saying, like, this is what happens. You start to ease up, you let them around, they kill one of your family members, and then you regret it. And, I would like to think that you don't think that Bard slaying is just happenstance, is basically what she's saying. She's really goading him. And Gunhilda is, she was often referred to as being a master of dark arts, or at least, the arts that were kind of questionable at the time. She went to Finland, and a lot of folks always associated certain types of magical practices with the Finns, and they were not known very well. So it was immediately brought about with an air of mystery, which could have just simply been a political tactic. But she's certainly a woman of great drive and cunning. So
this speaks to a thing in Asatru that I think folks need to internalize as well. Women have a very powerful function in society, and that function is not to pretend that they're dudes or to go out and go a Viking with the men. That function is to manipulate social arrangements. We've talked, so two kind of things here. There is the noble woman as frith weaver, and there's the noble woman as strife stirrer. And noble women have the ability to serve as intermediaries between proud men to fix things, to be go-betweens, to weave peace, to have them come together, to advise them of little nice things that they can do that don't compromise their position, but are nice gestures. We see that all the time. Our women are like, hey, we should send so-and-so a gift. I'll send them a gift with both of our names on it. Hey, you should call your dad. Hey, you should do this and that. That's beautiful and amazing when that can happen. Or, and I've been in a lot of fights that started this way. Are you going to let him say that to you? Who does he think he is? I'm sitting with you and you're going to let this guy do this? Did you see the way he said such and such to me, or the way he looked at me funny? And as a bouncer in the bar, I've had guys turn their back on their girlfriend who prompted them, literally look at me and mouth, I'm sorry, I have to, and then throw a punch.
Oh,
because they got to do what they got to do. And I appreciate it. And after, whatever, I'll pick them up, dust them off, and I'm not mad. I get it. But that is a common thing. And in this society, it's a thing that is often the bringer of death and ruin to houses, to families, to countries. And then you also have in other situations, you have Adrian at the beginning of Rocky movies and Adrian at the end of Rocky movies. You have the trying to hold you back and be a wet rag on all the things you want to do, or you have the one that's in full support and urges you to be your best and do great things. And I think that those kind of four different positing of female energies, if done in the right circumstance to the right people, that can be the difference maker between really amazing things happening or very, very tragic things happening. And we see both in the course of our lore, and we see both in the course of our lives.
And she starts to goad him about this, that he's slipping. He's going against his decree. And he answers to, he says, thou, Gunhilda, more than any others, you provokest me to savageness. Yet time was when thou were on better terms with Thorolf than now. However, I will not take back my word about those brothers. And she said, Thorolf was well here before Egill made him bad. But now I reckon there are no odds between them. Thorir, who Egill and Thorolf stayed with, he leaves, and then he tells them, tells the brothers what words passed between the king and the queen. So now, it's really known. Egill and Thorolf know that Queen Gunhilda does not like them. Chapter 49, the slaying of Thorvald the Proud. So Eyvind Skreda and Alf, were the names of two brothers of Gunhilda, sons of Asatru. That's a very interesting. I'm just now seeing like that's hitting. Yeah, Azurar Tota is what it's translation in Old Norse. Okay, let me write that down real quick. So they were tall, strong, and great traders. They were made much of by King Eric and Gunhilda, not generally liked where they, at this time, they were young, but fully grown to manhood. It is so befell in the spring that a great sacrifice was fixed to be held in the summer at Gaulur. Let me see. Azur. An odd name. I wonder if it has any relation to like Latin and color blue. Yeah, so they're going to hold this great sacrifice or bloat. Here was the most renowned chief temple. Thither flocked numbers from all the firths and from the fells and from Son, and almost all great men. King Eric went hither, then or thither, and then spoke Gunhilda with her brothers. I would fain that you two should so manage matters in this crowded gathering that ye get to slay one of the two sons of Skallagrim, or better still, both. So she starts to get her brothers to start hunting for them during this great bloat. They said that it would be done. Lord Thorir made ready to go thither, and he called Arnbjorn to speak with him. Now will I, said he, go to the bloat, but I will not that Egill go with me. I will not will it that Egill go with me. I know the craft of Gunhilda, the vehemence of Egill, and the power of the king. No easy task were it to watch these all at once. But Egill will not let himself be hindered unless you stay behind. Now Thorolf and the rest of his company shall go with me. Because Arnbjorn and Egill are such fast friends, he knew his son would be able to say to Egill, hey, let's not go. And then they'll be at peace. Now Thorolf and the rest of his company shall go with me. Thorolf shall give sacrifice and pray for happiness for his brother, as well as for himself. So, in essence, this is a really important event, most likely midsummer. And they're going to go and give a good big bloat, but he says, you know what? You can just tell Egill that Thorolf will go in his stead and pray for him as well as himself. So the idea then comes about that perhaps Egill might say, well, no, I want to go and give prayer myself. Or that the need for doing that is very high. And Lord Thorir is saying, no. If he says that, you can just tell him, no, his brother will do it in his steading. He will give gifts in both his name and his brother's name. So it does show a lot of that importance. Whereupon Arnbjorn turns and he goes and tells Egill that he meant to stay home during this bloat. And he says, you should stay with me. And Egill agrees that it should be so. But Thorir and the rest went to the bloat, and a very great multitude was there. There was much drinking. Thorolf went with Thorir wheresoever he went, and they were never apart, day or night. Eyvind told Gunhilda that he could get no chance at Thorolf Skallagrimsson. She bade him then slay some of Thorolf's men rather than letting everything fall or fail. So that's pretty savage too. So it chanced one evening when the king had gone to rest, as had also Thorir and Thorolf, but Thorvid and Thorvald, the brothers, were still up. The two brothers, Eyvind and Alf, came and sat down by them. They were very merry. First they drank as one drinking party, but presently it came to this, that each should drink half a horn. Eyvind and Thorvald being paired together to drink, and Alf and Thorvid. So again, we see this pairing of sharing of a horn with just one other person, perhaps so that the logistics of it not being passed across the room, you could have one horn between two people. Now, as the evening wore on, there was unfair drinking. Next followed a bandying of words and then insulting language. So, in essence, one of them was drinking their share too much, or perhaps holding out for like you get the bottom half of the horn with all the spit and swill, and I'll get the the good top half. So it starts off this, and then now they're joking with each other, and then it turns straight into insults. Then Ivan jumped up, drew his sword, and thrust at Thorvald, dealing him a wound that was his death. Whereupon up jumped on either side the king's men and Thorir's housecarls. But men were all weaponless in there, because it was a sanctuary. So this is interesting just in general, because Ivan is armed. And they are in the Hof. They are in the temple. And it was of common practice at that time that you did not wear a weapon inside the Hof. Is that practice now? No, I don't think it should be. It was more or a social context of the time. You'll see people say like, I don't think we should wear weapons in the Hof. Because they're trying to, again, replicate a condition that our ancestors had, but conditions do change, and it wasn't always the case.
All right, so before we continue, but why? Every time you want to do some LARPy thing, ask yourself, why? Is the reason that our ancestors did it still valid today? Or is the reason you want to do it simply to pay homage to a tradition of our ancestors? That's not wrong, but you need to go into it with the full knowledge of why you're doing something, especially in a holy place, especially during ritual. Why matters tremendously. Intent is such a key component. If you're doing something because it's something our ancestors did and you want to hearken back to that, that's not wrong. But it's also not necessary to thrust upon others unless there's a good reason. If we have a rash of people, shooting each other at Sumble, then we may start a policy of, hey, how about you leave your weapon in your car? But we live in a different time. That's not a commonplace thing. You can see how it happens here. It's kind of a common thing, and it's why they do that. In a different time, in a different place, in a different context, you got to make different rules that apply to different things. So again, think about the principle of why, because why makes all the difference.
I also think that's a great time to tie in that question at the end there by Appalachian or Appalachian Highlander. Sorry,
You live in Virginia. What are you doing?
I'm a lowlander, but I did work up in West Virginia. No. What lessons can we take from the sagas as modern Asatru? Also, awesome horn, Matt. Enjoyed seeing the horns the past.
Gothi Rob Stam carved this for me years ago. It's got tri-horns on it. Trying to get to the beginning. I'm rotating it wrong.
Right, I was trying to read it. Is it Sherry Gothi?
All's Harrier Gothi.
Oh, I'll say it. Okay, I see it now. Because I started with the S.
I tried to get it on the Ansus. But and it's got, some good carving into it, and it's much, much appreciated. Figured I'd change it up this week.
Yeah, Gothi Stam made a horn for me as well. It's beautiful, and I have it over on my Staller. So, but I mean, he says here, what things can we learn? That what you just talked about, I think, is one of the most important things. Is why we're not reenacting, and we always should ask, relevance. Why? And there is also another big glaring point is the idea that it's a cultural custom versus a decree by the gods. I think it has more of a sense that because of the warring nature of the time period with blood feuds, it was better that people be unarmed in the Hof as a place of peace, so that it wasn't disrupted.
If we're in the Old West, if we're in whatever, if there's some societal breakdown and you've got a blood feud with somebody else that's going to be at the Hof with you during Sumble and you guys are going to be drinking, I'm probably going to ask you guys, hey, you guys got anything on you? Yeah. Let's leave it in the car. That's a situational thing. Now, something really important to think about in a sacred place, in a Hof, what do the gods want? If the gods want things to be a certain way, and they wanted it to be a certain way in antiquity, and they want it to be that way now, then, for example, I'll be at Odin's Hof this weekend, Svan will be at Thor's Hof. What do Odin and Thor want? Because that wins. That's their house. Beyond that, cool. What customs do we have? Now, this is a thing, and it is not the current state of the Asatru Folk Assembly, but in the past, we had people that like to get overly in their cups and do stupid things.
Oh, yeah.
So rather than, hey, nobody, and I've had to fight against this because in modern times, we're all affected by the modernity we grew up in. There's a tendency to make rules for everybody because a couple people can't act right. And I've fought against that hard, and I continue to do so. But hey, if you're that guy that's the reason we can't have nice things because you get drunk, you're not drinking at our events. And if the guy next to you can handle his stuff fine and he's not a problem, he can do what he likes. That's one of the things we try to push hard is personal responsibility in the Asatru Folk Assembly. But again, the people who are making decisions make the best ones they can under their current circumstance. So it's hard. So the challenge as thinking and responsible Aryan men and women, and especially in a position of leadership, you have to balance whether something is some kind of divine decree or principle, or whether it's a situational rule or expectation that you have, and treat each accordingly. And so we're trying to point out relevant Asatru things that come up in the sagas, and we'll continue to do that. And I think it's really cool that way because, and this is a point I wanted to make earlier on in the broadcast, but I'll make now. What's neat is, as opposed to some more high mythological stories that are crafted to make a point or to illustrate aspects about the gods or to artistically display truths, this is a real recounting of events. These are real people in the real world doing things like you and I would do things. And that's what makes this so spectacular. This stuff really happened. It's so easy if you're writing a work of fiction to make your hero invincible and do amazing deeds. What's spectacular is, no, this is a real guy. And this is a real guy doing fantastical things that there's multiple different sources and accounts verifying, like, no, this guy was really, he was about that life, as the kids say these days. So I think that's something really cool about this, and we'll continue to try to point out relevant Asatru practice tidbits as we go further.
I like to, one of the things that has developed most certainly at Thor's Hof, but I do believe it's at all the Hofs, is one, the consciousness of speech when you enter the Vey and what you're saying. Not that the gods can't laugh and take a joke, or, we have, funny things, and it's not always, watch your mouth, but keeping in mind.
Time and place.
Yeah. And the other I really like is the removal of hats or anything that obfuscates the face, sunglasses, hoodies, for both men and women. The idea of being able to show your face and your head to the gods, and not hiding yourself under a hood or a hat or what have you. I really like that one as well. Let's see. So, I lost it. Wait a minute. Okay. So, at this point, Ivan stabs one of Thorir's housecarls. Men went between them, parted them, who were most furious, nor did anything more happen that evening. Ivan had slain a man on holy ground. That's another great point to bring up, is our Hoffs are holy grounds. A lot of people just try to associate that with Christianity. That is not the case. Our grounds are holy. They've been blessed. They've been blessed by the highest authority of our priesthood. So, and this carries on here. So he was therefore made accursed and had to go abroad at once. The king offered a fine for the man, but Thorolf and Thorvid had said they never had taken man fine and would not take this. So at this point, man fine is a bounty. And the idea is when you ostracize someone out and make them an outlaw, people can kill you with no fear of being punished and could possibly make some money off of it. But
so let's also talk about Wergild for a second. So we're in a time and a place at this point, and this is fundamental to our sense of justice. Keep in mind always that Asatru is not a anti-Christianity. It's its own thing. You can forgive people if you want. You can, you are a sovereign being that has the right to make decisions. But fundamentally, when someone wrongs you, they take something from you. The idea of vengeance and the vengeance we see in these sagas is rebalancing of that scale. If someone has wronged you and taken the life of someone close to you, of a member of your family, that person has a value. And it's hard to equate that in a tangible way, but we also live in a time where our ancestors are not that far removed from dire straits, from starvation if they can't get their stuff figured out, from some realities. So who can place value on a human life? People that are real close to the poverty line can. What does this guy bring to the table, and what are we missing because he's not there? We give lip service today about paying your debt to society, but you sitting around and rotting in a jail cell does not give anything to society. It costs society a lot of money. Compensating someone for something you've done or something you've taken matters a lot. And it seems, cold or overly pragmatic to view it in terms of the slaying of one of your kinsmen. But there's a value exchange, and the first step in any of our concept of forgiveness, fix what you broke. When I said earlier that we're not a contrast to Christianity. A lot of people want to say, oh, Christians just forgive everybody. Well, we don't forgive anyone. No, you can absolutely forgive people. But the idea in Christianity is when you sin, you do something bad to God and you need to make it right with God. And not the person whose stuff you stole or whose house you burned down or who you maimed or whose family member you've killed. No, you need to make it right with the person who has been wounded and made less by your actions. And it can't always be perfect and it can't always be one for one, but you can make that effort to find some equivalency. And that's what we see here. They're like, hey, I know this transgression really hurt you and your family. As the king, I will pay for it. I will give you a sum of money to compensate you for the loss here of this member of your family. That step saves a lot of life because the vengeance cycle doesn't stop. It's just somebody runs out of the ability to enforce it at some point. So just know that for, I don't know, context or familiarity going into this, but also know it in the concept of modern Asatru. When you mess something up, fix it or do the best you can to fix it. And then after you've tried to fix it, then ask for forgiveness. And that's the key. It's not that you can't forgive people. And honestly, if it's something minor, it's not that you can't choose to be above it and let it slide. You can. But that's not your obligation to Jehovah. That is your position as a noble-minded person to be willing to take one on the chin. If a kid does something to you, or if somebody does something and they really regret it and they're genuinely sorry, you can give them a pass if you like. And that's a noble thing to do, but you're not obliged to do that.
And it's also worth remembering too, Ivan is the brother of Gunilda. So this machination was working out in some way, shape, or form. And she, said, kill one of his men. And they cooked this up. So he's going to be taken care of. I did like to, in the verse in Old Norse, it says, Ivan der have the veit I veum. So he killed someone in the vey, in the sanctity room. Or var han varker Odin. So he has been declared a varg, which has two meanings: a criminal or a wolf. So
keep that in mind. There's two kind of versions of wolf in Old Norse. There's Ulfr, which is a wolf, and there's Varger, which is like a criminal, shady, kills your livestock, a bad wolf.
Right.
So wolf. Oh, look at that! Look at that beautiful Ulfr. Or like Sau Farer Ulfr. But or then there's like, look at that Varger. Let's string him up. There's a lot of hanging wolves in this day and age.
Well, he let's see. So Thorolf and Thorvid just say, we're not going to go after this guy. And with that, they parted. Thorir and his company went home. King Eric and Gunhild sent Ivan, the one who has been declared an outlaw. They sent him south across the sea to Denmark, to King Harald Gormson, for he might not now be able to exist or live on Norwegian soil. The king received him and his comrades well. Ivan brought to Denmark a large warship. He then appointed Ivan to be his coast guard there against freebooters, for Ivan was a right good warrior. Yeah, so there was it rest in peace, Thorvald. You're in a place drinking and you don't think you're gonna get stabbed, and then Ivan does just that. So they're kind of
when you travel from home, keep your head
right
on a swivel.
Well, and it's also emphasizes the dastardliness of Eric and Gunhild as they're all of the stuff that they start to do does catch up with them.
I mean, it's good advice when you're drinking with people that you don't know. Everybody listening to this, if you go out to the bar with people you don't know and you put yourself in a compromising spot, stay frosty.
Yep, head on a swivel. So he goes down into Denmark and starts to work for Harold the Bluetooth. In the spring following that winter, Thorolf and Egill made their way to go a Viking again. And when ready, they again stood for the Eastern Way. But when they came to Vik, they sailed then south along Jutland and harried there in Denmark. Then went to Friesland, which is the Netherlands, and land of the Frisians.
And chocolate Pete.
And Zwarte Piet. Yeah. Sorry, you'll throw me off every time you bring him up.
It is the season.
Oh, I hope people are Googling it just right now so they know. So there they stayed for a great part of the summer, but then stood back for Denmark. But when they came to the borderland where Denmark and Friesland meet and lay by the land there, so it was that one evening when they were on shipboard, were preparing for sleep, two men came to Egill's ship and said that they had an errand for him. They were brought before him. They said that Aki the Wealthy had sent them thither with his message. Eyvind Skrejjar is laying out off Jutland's side and thinks to waylay you as you come from the south, and has gathered much a large force as ye cannot withstand if ye encounter it all at once. But he himself goes with 2 light vessels, and he is even now here close to you. So this, if you guys remember, they make a friendship in Friesland because they decide not to raid. And the Jarl there, or the king there, brings them in, and they eat and they drink. And now it's paying off. The dividends are paying off because they come back there and they have a friend, and that friend sends a message saying like, hey, I heard that Ivan is waiting for you. And then he sends men to help Egill. But when these tidings came before Egill, at once he and his took down their tenting. He bade them go silently, and they did so. And they came at dawn to where Ivan and his men lay anchor. So he doesn't even waste any time. He immediately starts to roll up and close down his camp to go to fight. And they travel and they go to where Ivan is in the morning. They set upon them at once, hurling both stones and spears. Now that's a really, really interesting one there. And I think it's worth noting when they say hurling stones was the usage of slings, which a lot of folks just have in their mind, like Vikings only used certain weapons. And I think, slings, arrows, halberds, and even single-sided Viking swords, like a falchion style, was common at the time. Let me see. So they threw their stones and their spears, and they set upon them at once. Many of Ivan's forces fell right there, but he himself leapt overboard and got to land by swimming, as did all those of his men who escaped. But Egill took his ships, cargo, and weapons. They went back that day to their own company and met Thorolf. He asked whither Egill had gone, and where he had gotten all those ships and where they came from. And Egill said that Ivan Skreira had these ships, but they had taken them from him. Then Egill spoke verse. He said, "In struggles sternly hard we strove off Jutland's side. Well did the warrior fight, warder of Denmark's realm, till, with his wights overborne, eastwards from the wave horse high, to swim and seek the sand, swift Ivan Skreira leapt." So he's, a lot of that's pretty self-explanatory until he says, he's the warder of Denmark because he's part of the coastal guard. And he says, till his wights overborne. So a wight is a being. Normally in modern Asatru, we refer to it with spiritual beings, but in this case, the translation is used for other ship, his crew. And eastward over the wave horse high. So he jumps over the wave horse's wall on the eastern side and swims to land. And then he throws in, he is the swift Ivan because he was running, which is awesome. Thorolf, his brother, says, "Herein ye have so wrought, methinks, that it will not serve us as our autumn plan to go back to Norway." Egill said it was quite well, though they should seek some other place. So he didn't kill him, but he knew that word would get back up to Norway, so it might be better that they find another place, even though this guy is a Vargur. He has connections in Norway, and it's only going to make things worse. So now we go, chapter 50. Good old Great Britain.
Pause for a sec before you get to it. Maximus says, "What's the rules on joining?" So, rules on joining is go to runestone.org and you click the join button. It's self-explanatory there. There's some stuff you got to go through, but basically, if you are a heterosexual white person and you want to practice the religion of Asatru, then you're welcome to join. There is a quick run through to make sure you are not a registered sex offender or some other egregious criminal. Beyond that, this is the birthright of our folk, and we'd love to have all our folk come home. Couple of check boxes there to say that you've read our basic material and you agree with where we're at on stuff. And then, we would love to have you join. So if that's something you're thinking about doing, I'd encourage you to go check that out. And I look forward to seeing your application.
Now we turn to England. Alfred the Great ruled England, being of his family the first supreme king of England. That was in the days of Harold Fairhair, king of Norway. So back during Kveldolf, who is Egill's grandfather. Let's see. Edward was his son, was now the king of England. He was father to Athelstan the Victorious, who was foster father to Hakon the Good. It was at this time of our story that Athelstan took the kingdom after his father. There were several brothers, sons of Edward, But when Athelstan had taken the kingdom, then those chieftains who had before lost their power to his forefathers rose in rebellion. Now they thought was the easiest time to claim back their own. When a young king ruled the realm, these were Britons, Scots, and Irish. King Athelstan therefore gathered him an army and gave pay to all such as wished to enrich themselves, both foreigners and natives. The brothers, Thorolf and Egill, were standing southwards along Saxony and Flanders when they heard that the king wanted men, that there was in service hope of such to gain. So they resolved to take their forces thither, and they went on the autumn till they came to King Athelstan. He received them well. He saw plainly that such followers would be a great help. Full soon did the English king decide to ask them to join him and take pay there and become defenders of his land. And they so agreed between them, and that they became King Athelstan's men. And it is worth noting that Icelandic, or Old Norse, and Old English were very, very similar and could be understood to a degree. Maybe there's perhaps a middling language that they don't refer, but if in Icelandic, if you were to ask somebody their name, you would say like "Hvar heiti thu," and it's in essence translates to "What callest thou?" or what is the title of thou? And there's like the usage of the word "ert thu" versus "art thou," and it still survives in Icelandic today, but is completely gone in English. But here we get to see some more of the history of it. England was thoroughly Christian in faith and has long been so. So by this time, Christianity has fully saturated the Isles. By the time these things happened, King Athelstan was a good Christian. So now when they kind of refer to Christianity or Christians in the sagas, it's worth noting by this time Iceland had been converted. So the mentionings of religious faith towards Christianity will always be in a positive light. He was called Athelstan the Faithful. Actually, I wanted to see what Trufasti is. Edelstein in Trufasti is what it translates in Old Norse. The king asked Thorolf and his brother to consent to take the first signing with the cross, for this was then a common custom both with merchants and those who took to soldierly pay in Christian armies. Since those who were prime signed, as it was termed, could hold all intercourse with Christians and heathens alike. Bear in mind the word intercourse is not what people might be referring to or in their minds, is that they may be able to engage in trade or any sort of because in England there was the Christians didn't want to interact with the pagans or the not good Gentiles of the North.
So at this time, let's keep in mind too that we are just about at the generation we see the Icelanders and the Norwegians are still Asatru, but the Danes, their king is at this time within his lifetime converting. But the English, they've converted in part or in whole about 300 years previous. And the Scots and the Irish have been converted for a very long time. As a matter of fact, the original people who traveled and made home for themselves in Iceland were Irish monks. So there's a little bit of a culture clash when it comes to faiths in this portion.
And it's also worth noting too that the Asatru, I don't think that they saw Christianity as a cultural religion of their forefathers and ancestors, but more or less a bureaucratic thing. So, okay, if this guy in the pajamas wants to sprinkle me with water and say a bunch of stuff in Latin so that I could make business with, the rest of the English, okay, cool, let's do it. So a lot of them didn't take to the idea that it was just, betraying the gods. And I think that's something that was a problem. Just like I said, I think we should have picked up writing. I think our ancestors should have also been a little bit more forthright about.
So that's one of the things that's part of the, I don't know, march of Christianity through the West and through any indigenous culture it interacts with. The idea of universalism or of your God's good and no other gods get to exist except for your God is such a foreign and odd and just strange idiosyncrasy that it doesn't occur to most of our ancestors. They're like, oh, okay, if we're in your ports and in your land, if we need to give some kind of, nod of the head to your gods, I mean, that makes sense. That's fine. But there wasn't the understanding inherently of like, it's either our gods or your gods. Because if you went to interact with, any other indigenous people, cool, your gods are fine for you, my gods are good for me. Cool, if we go to, the land of your gods, we can be respectful and pay some kind of respect to your gods. We're in their land. That only makes sense. It's like there was a certain syncretism in Rome, but there was also a thing in the Mediterranean, like you went to Egypt, you would pay a certain amount of obeisance to the Egyptian deities because you're in their land, and that's only respectful. It didn't negate your Roman deities. It's a strange new thing that our ancestors are facing, to where like this desert god says that he only gets to exist, and in order to be good, you have to turn your back on your gods and embrace him. That's an odd concept that people are still kind of wrapping their heads around. And you see some of the syncretism. You see the things in Iceland where you have the crucifix and the Thor's hammer in the same stone mold. You have early on in England, I think, what was it, Redwald, who had, I don't want to put that on him if that's not the case, but you have some of the kings that will have like in their Hof, they'll have altars to their gods and then also an altar to Christ, because they didn't really understand that the two are mutually exclusive. So there's a certain amount of that at play too. Oh, and a random side thing over in the side, Morris Taylor, I assume jokingly, is saying Athelstan the faithful. Anybody who's curious of the linguistics, Athelstan means noble stone.
Yeah, or stone of the nobility. Because Athel and Othal or Othala, the rune, are of the same meaning. Noble of the land. Also, I think that, when we talk about Christianity's origins, they too, I'm talking in the Middle East, the what is it? The second commandment is thou shalt not put any other gods before me. But that over time, by the time that Christianity kind of morphed into the Greco-Roman world, it became that you can't pray to any other gods, and those gods became demonized, which is a Greek word, they and they became lessered, and then they became evil, and that was a mode. I don't think that. I mean, I do believe that like the Israelites, the Jews, did this as well with their neighbors. But it's just interesting to me that it doesn't say, thou shalt not put, the gods who are actually demons before me. It says no other gods, and I really find
Let's
that
go
truly
on that
interesting.
because I see that in the questioning. Morris also says, doesn't the Christian God just say to put no other gods over him? He doesn't say they don't exist. Most Christians think they're not supposed to believe in more than one God. So that's not really fair, because it's not like, there are other gods too, I just have to be your favorite God. No, you can't interact with these other gods too. Not only so, if you read the text fairly, it acknowledges other gods exist, but they are all bad and they are all the enemy. And you cannot have other gods and Jehovah of the Israelites. So there's no, I mean, if you want to, as a speculative thing on the most ancient formulaic practices of Judaism, perhaps, because at the time where Judaism erupted, there were many gods that were worshipped in the Middle East, in Israel, and this happened to be one of them that gained prominence. But it's not like, these other gods are fine. You just need to acknowledge that I'm the super supreme, super duper God. No, it's any other gods at all, we're going to kill you. And that's very much the Christian position and always has been. You could form an alternate Middle Eastern theology that I guess accepts polytheism, but with Jehovah at the top, but that's all kind of retconning things that isn't the case. Since the very earliest of times, the idea is you are exclusive, in the worship of any other gods that are not Jehovah is punishable by death immediately. And that's carried through and been the practice in Christianity since the very dawn of Christianity. It continues to be, well, up until the modern age of degeneracy, that was the standard in Christianity. And now it's like, do whatever you want and fly the rainbow flags and the trans flag, and you don't have to and the commie pope says you don't really even have to believe in Jesus to be like, it's a mess now. But Christianity since Jesus till 2010 says that no, any other gods, that's demonic, that's literally worshiping the devil, and where they have the power to do so, they will put you to death for it.
Well, and the word in Aramaic, I do believe, because it says not above but before me, but it means like firstly. Not that like before me, like in presence, like don't roll out anything in front of me. I believe the Aramaic translation of that word, and I cannot recall it right now, is do not put other gods firstly, but only me. So the idea then is that, that he takes precedence. And that, and after when the Jews and Greeks started to intermingle, it became a really hot, contentious point, where it was just super like aggressively pressed that, that they didn't mix, that they didn't do things together. I mean, that's how Hanukkah kind of came about, was the Maccabee Revolution. And that fight between, and it started with Jews.
That's festive, Svan. Thank you for
tying that in.
There you go.
Yeah, they were slaying Greek Jews who were starting to intermingle with the Greco-Roman religion. And that's why Jesus and Bacchus have so much interplay as well, because during that time there wasn't just Jews, there was Jewish Christians who were seen as heretical Jews or were a subsect of Judaism. And
go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, over time, that was the trajectory that eventually, by the time of Charlemagne and all of that the Roman Catholic Church was like, no, it's not even just, you can't coexist. Those the divine gods of other people are evil, and that's why Charlemagne cut off everyone's heads. And
that's something to realize. And Morris, you're not wrong in that. I do think, and that's a point that has been used by Asatru for a long time to kind of open the eyes. You're right. In the passage, thou shalt have no other God before me. Yes, it is the ancient Hebrews acknowledging that other gods exist. That is a powerful point to awaken that thought in our folk. Like, okay, well, if these other gods exist and they're gods, then maybe we should think about that. So you're not wrong in that. But I think that to retroactively rewrite the religion of Judaism and then of Christianity is different. Judaism was extremely folkish and much of it still is today. It was very much like, don't intermix with these devil worshipers. Yeah, they got gods, but their gods are bad, and our God will wipe them from existence. Just because you acknowledge something exists doesn't mean it's on your team. And that was a very stark thing, and their separation from that. And it evolved in Christianity to then say, yes, these other gods exist, but they're just like the secret identity of devils and demons. Cool, they exist, but they're firmly on the bad guys' team. And you want to separate yourself out from that as much as possible. And I'm cool with fully separating myself out. That your point is a really interesting one. And I don't think a lot of Christians read their Bible that way to realize, no, the other gods exist. They're just, quote unquote bad or on the other team or false, or, they're the bad guys in that narrative. And I do think that opens minds to people who really think about that. As a matter of fact, I've known a number of people who have read it that way, and that's changed the way that they're thinking. So you're not on the wrong track there. There is no point in time since Christians referred to themselves as Christians that they thought it was okay to acknowledge other gods alongside of Christ, just with him at like the forefront. That's never been a thing. That's never been okay. I'm sure there's some mystic off in a cave that maybe said that. He was most certainly put the nail screw or the thumbnail screws to, and like had really bad things happening to him when the Inquisition came through. But you find, strange cult leaders today that worship Christ alongside a variety of other things. So, but it do.
All right, so these guys join in. They get the cross, and now they're part of the army. So they're able to fight and to sell goods and intermingle with their Anglo cousins who are now thoroughly Christian. Chapter 51 of Olaf, King of the Scots. Olaf the Red was the name of the king in Scotland. He was Scottish on his father's side, but Danish on his mother's, and came of a family of Ragnar Harry Breeks. That's an interesting translation. Ragnar Lovebroker, which means leather breeches or leather pants.
Or hairy pants.
Yeah, and I always wondered about that, but I the usage of the leather pants to cover one's clothing from sea salt and water. I don't know.
Here's the thing: is what's the difference betwixt leather and leather with hair and fur still on it?
Right.
I think at some point it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Right. But I mean, he's of that line. That's kind of a cool point.
That's an interesting thing in today's world when people have an aversion to the fur industry, but not to the leather industry. It's like it's an odd place to draw the line.
Well, and having Ragnar connected to the King of Scotland. And you'll see that a lot during this time because of the Danes and the way that they had taken over the eastern side of both Scotland and England. And Northumbria and York in particular was like right in the middle of that. So that's why that town becomes such a huge hub during this time. Scotland, as compared with England, was reckoned a third of the realm. Northumberland was reckoned a fifth part of England. It was the northernmost county, marching with Scotland on the eastern side of the island. Formerly, the Danish kings had held it. Its chief town was York. It was in Athelstan's dominions. He had set over it 2 earls. The one's name was Alfgeir, or Spear of the Elves, and the other was Gudrek, the Good Kingdom. When they were set there as defenders of the land against the inroads of the Scots and the Danes and the Norsemen, so even though the Danes had controlled the eastern side, they were still, a problem, especially if they were coming over and Viking. And then the Norsemen too, just the Northmani, the folks of Norway and Iceland. So they had harried much land. And though they had a strong claim on the land there, because in Northumberland, nearly all the inhabitants were Danish by father or by mother, and many by both, Bretland was governed by 2 brothers, Hring and Athils. They were tributaries under the king Athelstan, and withal had this right, that when they were with the king in the field, they and their forces should be in the van of the battle before the royal standard. So the van of the battle, they should be in the around, or like the usage of the word van mean kind of towards waning, but I think what it means is it's the inner circle of the army, not the outer circle. So it's the waning. If you wane the army down, it is the inner circle, and that's where the standard bearer is. These brothers were good warriors, but not young men. Alfred the Great had deprived all tributary kings of name and title and power. They were now called earls, who had before been kings or princes. This was maintained throughout his lifetime and his son Edward's. But Athelstan came young to the kingdom, and to him they stood less in awe. Wherefore many now were disloyal and who had before been faithful subjects. So 2 generations later, Athelstan's dealing with a lot of these folks now saying, you know what? I'm a king. And
so something to point out here too, in the march of Christianity to our ancestors, Northumbria or Northumberland, as it's become known now, it was kind of the last holdout. It's interesting because it was those were the folks that hung on to Asatru the longest. We celebrate King Ainfrith and King Osric that maintained their trough to the Aesir and reinstated it for a time during their brief reigns. So they were like the last holdouts of Asatru in England. And then that was also that was the beachhead of the Viking invasions, to where they remade Asatru the law of the land and the Danelaw. So Jorvik and Northumbria in general were kind of, a hotbed of resilient Asatru in a pretty thoroughly Christianized island.
Well, here in chapter 52 of the gathering of the host. Now, in this case, a host is not someone who presides over, but is a body of men, and it's generally seen as an army. So he's gathering of the army. And it's like worth mentioning too, like Lord Odin comes ultimately from the name meaning leader of the host or leader of the army or the Einherjar. So Olaf, King of Scots, drew together a mighty host and marched upon England. When he came to Northumberland, he advanced with shield of war. On learning this, the earls who ruled there mustered their forces and went again to the king. And when they met, there was a great battle, whereof the issue was that the King Olaf won the victory, but Earl Gudric fell, and Alfgeir fled away, as did the greater part of his force that had followed, and escaped from the field. Now King Olaf found no resistance, but subdued all of Northumberland. So now he has stepped outside of Scotland, and he is thoroughly in England. Alfgeir, the one who fled, he went back to the king and told him of his defeat. But as soon as King Athelstan heard that so mighty a host had come into his land, he dispatched men and summoned forces. It's worth noting too, Alfgeir, he runs, but more likely he didn't run simply because he didn't want to fight. It's that his forces broke and that it was a loss at that point. So when he goes back, now Athelstan's like, holy moly, we got to get our army together. And with such force as he had at once turned him and marched against the Scots. But when it was brooded about that Olaf, King of Scots, had won a victory and subdued under him a large part of England, he soon had a much larger army than Athelstan, for many nobles joined him. And on learning this, Hring and Athils, who had gathered much people, turned to swell King Olaf's army. Thus their numbers became exceedingly great. All this, when Athelstan learned, he summoned to conference his captains and his counselors. He inquired for them that there would what is best to do. He told the whole council point by point that he had ascertained about the doings of the Scots king and his numbers. All present were agreed on this, that Alfgeir was most to blame, and thought it were but his due to lose his earldom. But the plan resolved on was this, that King Athelstan should go back to the south of England, and then for himself hold a levy of troops, coming northward through the whole land. For they saw that the only way for the needful numbers to be levied in the time was for the king himself to gather the force. So start at the bottom and start picking up people as you go. As for the army already assembled, the king set over as commanders Thorolf and Egill, 2 Icelanders. And they were also to lead that force with which the freebooters had brought to the king, but Alfgeir still held command over his own troops. Further, the king appointed such captains of company as he saw fit. So now we've got the king doing the trudge of pulling in the new army. He's got the old army set forth and gives Thorolf and Egill command over them. And that too, they bring in a bunch of Vikings. So when Egill returned from council to his fellows, they asked him, what tidings could he tell about the Scots king? He said, Olaf one earl by furious, onslaught in flight hath driven. The other slain a sovereign, stubborn in fight he is. Upon the field fared Gudrek, false path to his undoing. He holds this foe of England, Northumbria's humbled soil. So Gudrek stood, Alfgeir ran, and now King Olaf has the land. After this, they sent messengers to King Olaf, giving out this as their errand, that King Athelstan would fain in Hazelham a field and offer battle on Vinheath by Vinwood. Meanwhile, he would then have them forbear to harry his land. But of the twain, he should rule England, who should conquer in the battle. So the term in Hazelwood is a sacred wood amongst the Norse at the time, but also to the English, and they understood the reference. To specifically find a hazel tree and then place it around in staves, like to make a ring. Sometimes it was done with leather, sometimes it was just done to mark the space. But in that space, they would fight, and whoever won, so a single combat instead of armies.
Okay, so something to think about. And this relates to Asatru in the sense of sacred space. So when you surround something, usually the field of battle, with hazel rods, you are setting apart that battlefield as like a sacred place that's outside of the mundane, that's outside of time, that's outside of the realm of the mortals. And you're inviting the gods, the Nornir, the other to stand behind their champion. It's where you would set aside, if you were going to do a home gang, if you had a dispute that you wanted to settle by, trial by combat, which evolved from this, you would do that within the Hazelrod designated space. And in that place, the gods would cast their lot along with who they wanted to be victorious. And there was a trust in that. And this transcends just the Old Norse expression of our faith. You see something that you find that I think is interesting as far as Aryan people and their most ancient understandings of how our gods, the Aesir, interact with mankind. Like the Romans, especially the soldiers, were really big on gambling. But they'd have these wonky dice that were just silly. And they didn't care that the dice were evenly weighted or whatever, because it wasn't the point. When you were going to test your luck in a luck exchange, they had faith that the gods would determine that roll. And it didn't matter what, shape and the odds of, the weight of the dice and how it would roll. No, if the gods wanted it to come up snake eyes, it was coming up snake eyes. if the gods wanted an 11, they're getting an 11. It would come up however you wanted or however the gods willed it. And that was part of the trial by combat. And a lot of people have a confusion about the interplay between fate and free will in Asatru. No, free will is everything. You have a determined course that you're set upon, but you can veer from that, and your actions play into that well. Your actions are what weave the strands of the tapestry of Earther, and that's how that works. When you step into a sacred space and you're inviting the divine to back who they want to win, then yeah, fate becomes involved because you are beseeching the divine to sanction their champion. And then it's kind of a mixture of who you got behind you and your own abilities. And maybe you're at, and here's the thing, this is another thing, and it depends what your background is or what your understanding of quote unquote paganism is. Apologize for the little quotes. If my arms are out to the side, you can't see them. So Wiccans have this thing where you somehow order the gods to do things. That's sacrilegious and wrong, but moreover, it's also silly and ridiculous. You can't make the gods do stuff. You can beseech them to observe what you do and to back you if your cause is right. And maybe they're like, cool, this guy's my guy, screw those other guys, go out there and cut him down. Or you can watch how it goes. You can be like, hey, this guy is showing some heart. I like this guy. I'm going to get on his team. Maybe you have one of the Aesir who's like, hey, I think this guy's my guy. And the other one's like, all right, I think this other guy's my guy. Let's see. There's any number of interplays, but we see that kind of a dichotomy between Odin and Frigg with the tale of the Longobardi. We also see that in Homer's Iliad. You see the gods, sometimes they're on different sides of it. But when you set up the hazel rods, and there is something special and transcendent that happens when you ritually make your action take place in a ritual context. We can do mundane things all day long, but when you invoke the other, be that the gods, the ancestors, the spirits of the place that you're in, to bear witness and participate, when you separate space out, then it becomes something elevated, not necessarily in the usage that we normally mean, but it becomes something literally other. It becomes outside of the mundane. And that's what happens when you set up the hazel rods. And that's also a thing like, if you want a home gang with somebody or whatever, it's a common kind of expression like, cool, we can set up the hazel rods and see what's up. I've heard a lot of people say that. I don't think they necessarily know what they're invoking when they do that, but that's the implication is, cool, we will test this on the field of battle and, put your blood where your mouth is. And it's, so I don't mean to cheapen it or be silly, but I think it was a really powerful and cool thing. And I don't know if everybody watched Troy with Brad Pitt back, 20 years ago now. But one of the battles, they called out champions. They had Achilles go out against, I forget what nation he was championing with, but he was played by this guy, Nathan Jones, who's just a beast. And they're like, cool, instead of all of these men having to die, let's settle this by two of our champions going one-on-one, man against man, and settle the conflict. And Achilles did his super move, jump in the air thingy. But before that was and this is forgive me. This is what I do. Anybody who watches this show knows that my mind tends to go where it goes. But one of the coolest things and coolest scenes from that movie that I think rings very true to Asatru is when the messenger comes to get Achilles to be the champion of the army. Comes in and he's like, hey, the king wants you to go be the champion and fight, the champion of the other force. And he's like, man, he's really big. I don't know. I'd never want to go fight that guy. And Achilles is like, and that's why no one will remember your name. You got to step up to be remembered and to earn fame for yourself. Much like we talked about when Egill was at the feast and drinking. So I don't know how we got there from here, but that's what happens on Victory Never Sleeps.
Well, yeah. It's kind of funny about this whole situation because it never really fully comes to fruition. As far as, well, I won't ruin it, but it kind of is a thing, not what everyone, or like what it's intended to be.
Well, let's see.
Yeah. So, north of the heath stood a town. There in the town, King Olaf quartered himself. There he had the greatest part of his force because there was a wide district around which seemed to him convenient for bringing such provisions as his army needed. But he sent men of his own up to the heath where the battlefield was appointed. These were to take camping ground and make all ready before the army came. But when the men came to the place where the field was enhazeled, there were all the hazel poles set up to mark the ground where the battle should be. So it was already set up. The place ought to be chosen level and whereon a large host might be set in array. And such was this, for in this place where the battle was to be, the heath was level, with a river flowing on one side, on the other a large wood. But where the distance between the wood and the river was least, though this was a good long stretch. There King Athelstan's men had pitched, and their tents were quite filled with the space between the wood and the river. So now this is the part where I was kind of like trying to understand. I think because it reads that up here, that let me see, that Athelstan would fain enhazel him a field and offer battle on Vinheath. Meanwhile, he would have them forbear to harry his land, but of the two of them, one of them should rule England, whoever was to conquer in battle. So in this case, too, they're enhazeling the entirety of the battlefield, not just a one-on-one. In this case, they've decided to make sacred the entirety of the war, or at least perhaps to limit the number. But when they get there, they are looking at the battlefield, and it's already been set up. So let's see. They had so pitched that in every third tent there was no man at all, and in one of every three but few. Yet when King Olaf's men came to them, they had then numbers swarming before all the tents. So Athelstan's men are meager and spread out, and Olaf's men are just, there's so many of them. So full that their people had not nearly enough room to sleep in the tents. But the front line of the tent stood so high that it could not be seen over whether they stood many or a few in depth. Olaf's men imagined a vast host must be there. Or, excuse me. Yeah, that's the other way around. So Athelstan, his men look like there's a lot of them there, and they place the tents strategically so that it just looks like Athelstan's army is ready to go. But bear in mind, that's not the case. Athelstan is in the south, drawing in his army. So when Olaf's men look over and see this, they're like, wow, there's a lot of these guys. And it's already set up. The battle's they've already come here and plotted the place. They're ahead of the game. And that's sending messages. So, Olaf's men imagined a vast host must be there. King Olaf's men then pitched north of the hazel poles, towards which side the ground sloped a little. From day to day, Athelstan's men said that the king would come, or was to come, to the town that lay to the south of the heath. Meanwhile, forces started to flock to them both day and night. When the appointed time came, or the appointed time had expired, then Athelstan's men sent envoys to King Olaf with these words: King Athelstan is ready for battle. He had a mighty host, but he sends to the King Olaf these words. He would ask that you should not cause such bloodshed as now looks likely. And he begs Olaf rather go home back to Scotland, and Athelstan will give him a friendly gift of 1 shilling of silver for every plow, which is a person, every free man in his army, through all his realm. And he wishes that they would become friends. So he's basically saying, like, oh, he's gathered this huge army. He is ready to fight, but you could go back and be, and they could make an amicable peace. When the messengers came to King Olaf, he was just beginning to make ready his army, purposing for the attack. But on the messengers declaring their errand, he forebode the advance of the day. Then he had his captains sit in council, wherein opinions were divided. Some strongly desired that these terms be taken. They said that this journey had already won them great honor, if they should go home after receiving so much money from Athelstan. But some were against it, and they said that Athelstan would offer even more money if there was a second round of negotiation. And this was the course of counsel that prevailed. So they sent a messenger and begged. Then the messengers begged King Olaf to give them time to go back to King Athelstan and try, if he would, pay yet more money to ensure peace. They asked for a truce for 1 more day so that they could have more deliberation. And Olaf agreed to this. The messengers went back home, came back on the 3rd day according to the promise. Now they said to King Olaf that Athelstan would give all that he offered before and over and above. For the distribution among Olaf's soldiers, he would give 1 shilling to every freeborn man. He would give a silver mark to every officer of a company of 12 men or more. He would give a gold mark to every captain of the king's guard, and 5 gold for every earl. Then the king laid this offer before his forces. It was again as before. Some opposed this, some desired it. In the end, the king gave a decision. He said he would accept these terms. If this too were added, that King Athelstan let him have all of Northumberland, with tributes and dues thereto belonging. Again, the messengers asked for armistice, said, give us 3 days. With this further, the king Olaf should send his men to hear Athelstan's answer, whether he would take the terms or no. They say that, to their thinking, Athelstan will hardly refuse anything, because he's desperate to ensure peace. King Olaf agreed to this and sent his men to King Athelstan. The messengers ride along together and find King Athelstan in the town that was close to the heath on the south. King Olaf's messengers declare before Athelstan their errand and the proposals for peace. King Athelstan's men told also with what offers they had gone to King Olaf, adding that this had been the counsel of wise men, thus to delay the battle so long as the king had not come, and he was building his army. But King Athelstan made a quick decision on this matter and spoke to the messengers. Bear these, my words to the King Olaf, that I will give him leave for this, to go home to Scotland with his forces. Only let him restore all the property that he has wrongfully taken here in my land. Then make we peace between our lands, neither harrying or the other. Further, be it provided that King Olaf shall become my vassal and hold Scotland for me and be my under king. Go now back and tell him this. At once they came in the evening, the messengers turned, and they came to King Olaf about midnight that night. They then waked the king and told him straightway the words that Athelstan the king had given them. He instantly summoned his earls and his captains. Then he caused the messengers to come and declare the issue of their errand and the words of Athelstan. But when this was made known before the soldiers, all the soldiers with one voice said that this was now before them to prepare for battle. So now they were like, no, enough negotiations. Let's go and kick his arse. The messenger said this too, that Athelstan had numerous forces, but he had come into the town on that same day when the messengers came there. So he had not been there prior. Something was going on, and it was better to attack now. So then spoke Earl Althus. Now methinks that this come to pass, O king, which I said that we would find tricksters in the English. We have sat here a long time and waiting, and they have gathered forces, whereas their king can have been nowhere near when he came here. They will have been assembling a multitude while we are sitting still. This is my counsel, O king, that we two brothers ride at once forward this very night with our troop. And maybe they will have no fear for themselves. Now they know that their king is near with a large army. So we shall make a dash upon them. If they turn and fly, they will lose some of their men and be less bold after the conflict. The king thought this was good counsel. We will make ready then our army, he said, as soon as it is light, and move to support you. And this plan was fixed upon and immediately undertook. So they start a night raid while the rest of the army gets ready. Chapter 53 of the fight. Earl Hring and Alphys, his brother, made ready their army, and at once, in the middle of the night, they moved southward across the heath. But when day dawned, Thorolf's sentries saw the army approaching. So Thorolf, that's Egill's brother. Then a war blast was blown. Men donned their arms, selects spirited, and they began to draw up their force. And they had two divisions. Earl Alfgeir commanded one division, and the standard was borne before him. In that division, there was his own followers, and also what force had been gathered from the countryside. It was much larger force than that which followed Thorolf and Egill. Thorolf was thus armed. He had a shield, ample and stout. He had a strong helmet on his head. He was also girded with a sword that he called long, a weapon large and good. In his hand he had a halberd, whereof the feather-formed blade was 2 ells long, ending in a 4-edged spike. The blade was broad above the socket, both long and thick. The shaft stood just high enough for the hand to grasp the socket and was remarkably thick. The socket fitted the iron prong on the shaft, which was also wound round with iron. Such weapons were called mail piercers. And so I think what this really is I think this is more akin to a billhook style halberd, because they speak of it's feathered. It's like a feather shaped, so it most likely, is wide at the middle like an axe, and then it points out, and it also has a hook. And that to me just sounds like, that's describing a bill hook. Egill was armed the same way as Thorolf. He was girded with a sword that he called Adder, like the snake. This he had gotten in Courland. It was a right good weapon. Neither of the two had a shirt of mail. Wow. So neither of them had chainmail. They set up their standard, which was borne by Tovid, the strong. All their men had Norwegian shields and Norwegian armor in every point. And in their division were all Norsemen who were present. Thorolf's force was drawn up near the wood. Alfgeir moved along the river. Earl Althus and his brother saw that they would not come upon Thorolf unaware. So they began to draw up their forces. They also made 2 divisions and had 2 standards. Athils was opposed to Earl Alfgeir, Hring to the freebooters. The battle now began. Both charged with great spirit. Earl Althus pressed on hard and fast until Alfgeir gave ground. Then Althil's men pressed twice as boldly. Nor was it long before Alfgeir fled again. And this is to be told of him, that he rode away south over the heath, and a company of his men with him. He rode till he came near the town, where sat the king. Then spoke the earl, I deem it not safe for us to enter the town. We got sharp words of late when we came to the king after the defeat by King Olaf, and we will not think our case bettered by this coming. No need to expect honor where he is. Then he rode to the south country, and of his travel 'tis to be told that he rode night and day till he came westwards to Earlsness. Then the earl got on a ship to take him southward over the sea. He came to France, where half of his kin were, and never after returned to England. So Alfgeir just keeps on going. Athils at first pursued the fleeing foe, but not far, and then he turned back to where the battle was and made an onset. This, when Thorolf saw, he said that Egill should turn and encounter him, or they would be flanked, and bade the standard be borne that way. His men, he bade, hold well together and stand close. We should move to the wood, he said, and let it cover our back, so that way they cannot come around us from all sides. And they did this and followed along the wood. Fierce was the battle. Egill charged against Athils, and they had a hard fight of it. The odds of numbers were great, yet more of Athils' men fell than Egill's. Then Thorolf became so furious that he cast his shield on his back and, grasping his halberd in 2 hands, bounded forward, dealing a cut and thrust on either side. Men sprang away from him both ways, but he slew many. Thus he cleared the way forward to Earl Hring's standard, and then nothing could stop him. He slew the man that bore the standard. He cut down the standard pole. After that, he lunged with his halberd at the earl's breast, driving it right through his mail coat and body so that it came out at the shoulders, between the blades of his shoulders. He lifted him up on the halberd overhead, planted the butt end in the ground. There on the weapon, the earl breathed out his life in sight of all, both friends and foes. Then Thorolf drew his sword and then dealt blows on either side of him, his men also charging. Many Britons and Scots fell. Some turned and fled. So he just straight up impaled Hring. After
Behold, everybody who can see, This is just an epic picture of our very own Witan Svan making a Yule offering, I believe, last year.
Oh.
But it's just a particularly cool picture that I found and I wanted Nick to put up because it's festive.
That's awesome. I know. I think that was last year.
It's a really good picture. Whoever got it, do more of those. Those are good pictures.
We also had some really good pictures from Feast of the Iron this year. I know there's a really good picture of Svan from Charming of the Plow. He's got some good ones.
He's a photogenic fella. No homo.
Well, I wonder. I can't remember who took the picture too. I think it was Goldie Stan.
So something to. It bears repeating. These are real people doing real things. It is beyond impressive to hear the tale of their battle deeds. These are some hard men that are very serious about their craft, and they are artists of death. And I think that any man that reads this is just kind of awestruck that with axe and halberd and spear and sword, these guys are out there hacking and slashing in a state of exhaustion, surrounded by people trying to cut them down and just painting the canvas of the English countryside with the blood of their foes. It is a profound testament to their mettle and their skill and the favor that they earned because of such.
Well, they at this point, Thorolf has broken into Hring's side of the army, and his brother Athils, seeing this and the slaughter of many of his forces and the flight of some, while himself was hard stressed, turned to fly and ran to the wood. Into the wood they fled, him and his company. Then all the force that had followed the earl took flight. Thorolf and Egill pursued their foe in his flighting. Great was the slaughter, and the fugitives scattered far and wide. Earl Althus had lowered his standards so none could know his company from others. And soon the darkness of night began to close in. Thorolf and Egill returned to their camp, and just when King Athelstan had came up with the main army, they pitched their tents and made their arrangements. A little after, so this is even before Athelstan even shows up. A little after came the king, Olaf, with his army. They too encamped and made their arrangements there, where their men had before placed tents. Then it was told that King Olaf that both of his earls, Hring and Athils, had fallen, and so had a multitude of his men. And this is all even before it really kicks off. So here we have the fall of Thorolf. Chapter 54. King Athelstan had passed the night before in the town whereof mention was made above, and there he heard rumor that there was fighting on the heath. At once he and all his host made ready and marched northwards towards the heath. There they learnt all the tidings, clearly how the battle had gone. Then the brothers Thorolf and Egill came to meet the king. He thanked them much for their brave advances and the victory that they had won. He promised them a hearty friendship. They all remained together that night. No sooner did day dawn, Athelstan woke his army, held conference with his captains, and told them how his forces should be arranged. His own divisions he first arranged, and then the van thereof he set those companies that were the smartest. Then he said that Egill should command these, but Thorolf, he said, shall be with his own men and such others as I add thereto. This force shall be opposed to that part of the enemy, which is loose and not set array. For the Scots were ever loose in their array, and they ran to and fro, and dashed forward here and there. Often they prove dangerous if men are not wary, but they are unsteady in the field if boldly faced. Egill answered the king, I will not that I and Thorolf be parted in battle. Rather, to me it seems well that we two be placed there where it is like to be most need and hardest fighting. So he's not trying to get away from battle, but he doesn't want to be separated from his brother. And he's like, put me in the thick of it with my brother. Thorolf said, leave we the king to rule where he will place us. Serve we him as he likes best. I will, if you wish it, change places with you. Egill said, brother, you will have your way, but this separation shall often rue. So we will regret this. After this, they formed the divisions as the king had arranged, and the standards were raised, and the king's division stood on the plain towards the river. Thorolf's division moved on the higher ground beside the wood. King Olaf drew up his forces. When he saw King Athelstan had done so, he had also made two divisions, and his own standard and the division that himself commanded. He opposed that to the king, Athelstan, and his division. Either had a large army. There was no difference on the score of numbers, but King Olaf's second division moved near the wood against the force under Thorolf. The commanders thereof were Scottish earls. The men were mostly Scots, and it was a great multitude. And now the armies closed, and soon the battle waxed fierce. Thorolf pressed eagerly forward, causing his standard to be borne onwards along the woodside. He thought to go so far forward as to turn upon the Scottish king's division behind their shields, so to flank them. His own men held their shields before them. They trusted to the wood, which was on their right, to cover that side. So far in the advance went Thorolf that few of his men were before him. So now he's way out in front. He's getting drawn in. But just when he was least on his guard, out leapt from the wood Earl Athils and his followers. They thrust at Thorolf at once with many halberds, and there by the wood he fell. But Thorvid, who bore the standard, drew back to where the men stood thicker in numbers. Athel now attacked them, and a fierce contest there was. The Scots shouted a shout of victory as having slain the enemy's chieftain. This about when Egill heard and saw Thorolf's standard going back. He felt sure that Thorolf himself would not be with it. So he bounded thither over the space between the two divisions. Full soon learnt he the tidings of what had done. When he came to his men, then he keenly spurred them on the charge, because he's upset now. Himself foremost. He had in his hand his sword, Adder. Forward Egill pressed, and hewn on either side of him, felling many men. Thorvid bore the standard close after him. Behind the standard followed the rest. Right sharp was the conflict there. Egill went forward till he met Earl Athils. Few blows did they exchange ere the Earl Athils fell, and many men around him. But after the Earl's death, his followers fled. Egill and his force pursued them and slew them if they overtook them. No need were they to beg for quarter, nor stood those Scot earls long when they saw the others of their fellows fly, but at once they took to their heels and ran. So Egill is in full rage now because his brother has been slain. Whereupon Egill and his men turn and make their way towards King Olaf's division, and coming to them from behind their shields, soon they wrought great havoc. The division completely wavered and broke up. Many of King Olaf's men fled, and the Norsemen shouted a shout of victory. But when Athelstan perceived King Olaf's division beginning to break, he spurred his force and bade them to standard advance. A fierce onset was made so that King Olaf's force recoiled, and there was great slaughter. King Olaf fell there, and the greater part of the force which he had, for those who had turned to fly, all were overtaken and slain. And thus King Athelstan gained a signal victory. Chapter 55. Egill buries his brother Thorolf. While his men still pursued the fugitives, King Athelstan left the battlefield, rode back to the town south of the heath. Nor stayed he for the night before he come thither, but Egill pursued the flying foe, followed them far, slaying every man he could overtake. At length, sated with pursuit, he with his followers turned back, and came where the battle had been, and found there dead the body of his brother Thorolf. He took him up, he washed him, and performed such other offices as were the wont of the time. They dug a grave there and laid Thorolf therein with all of his weapons and raiments. Then Egill clasped a gold bracelet on either wrist before he parted from him. This done, they heaped on stones and cast in the mold or the soil. And Egill sang this verse. Dauntless the doughty champion dashed on, the earl's bold slayer. In stormy stress of battle, stout-hearted Thorolf fell. Green grows on soil of Vinheath, grass over my noble brother. But we our woe, a sorrow, worse than death pang must bear. And then he said, with warriors slain round standard, the western field I burdened, Athels with my blue adder, assailed mid snow of war. Olaf, young prince, encountered, England in the battle thunder. Hring stood not stour of weapons, starved not the raven's maw. And then Egill went from that place and those about him to seek King Athelstan, and at once went before the king, where he sat drinking. There was much noise and merriment, and when the king saw Egill come in, he bade him to go to the lower bench. He had it cleared for them, and Egill should sit in the high seat facing the king. Egill sat down there and cast his shield before his feet. He had his helm on his head and laid his sword across his legs. And now and again he half drew it, then clashed it back into the sheath. He sat upright, but his head was bent forward. Egill was a large-featured man with a broad forehead, with large eyebrows and a nose, not long but very thick, and lips wide and long, chin exceedingly broad, as was all about his jaws, a thick neck, his big shoulders beyond other men. He was hard-featured, grim, and angry. He was well-made, more than commonly tall, had hair wolf-gray and thick, but became early bald. He had black eyes and browned skin. But as he sat, as was before written, he drew one eyebrow down towards the cheek, the other up towards the roots of his hair. He would not drink now, though the horn was borne to him, but alternately twitched his eyebrows up and down. King Athelstan sat in the upper high seat. He too laid his sword across his knees. When they had sat there for some time, the king drew his sword from the sheath, took from his arm a gold arm ring, large and good, placed it upon the sword point. He stood up and went across the floor and reached it over the fire to Egill. Egill stood up, drew his sword, went across the floor, and he stuck the sword point within the round ring. He drew it to him, and then he went back to his place. The king sate him again in the high seat. And when Egill sat down, he drew the ring on his own arm. Then his brows went back to their place. He now laid down his sword and helm, took the horn that they bear, and he drank from it. And he sang this: Mailed monarch, god of battle, maketh the tinkling circlet, hang his own arm forsaken. On hawk-trodden wrist of mine, I bear on my arm brand-wielding bracelet of the red gold gladly. War falcon's feeder meetly findeth such meed of praise. So he was upset because he had lost his brother and had really nothing of wealth to gain. And the king took off one of his very own arm rings and gave it to Egill. And he felt this was, worth, again, that's a lot of gold too. Thereafter, Egill drank his share and talked with others. Presently, the king caused to be borne in 2 chests. 2 men bare each. Both were full of silver. And the king said, These chests, Egill, thou shalt have. If thou comest to Iceland, shalt carry his money to thy father. As payment for a son, I send it to him. But some of the money thou shalt divide among your kinsmen, of thyself and Thorolf, as thou thinkest most honorable. But thou shalt take here payment for a brother with me, land or chattels, which thou wilt. And if thou would abide with me long, then I will give thee honor and dignity, such as thyself mayest name. Egill took the money, and thanked the king for his gifts and friendly words. Thenceforward Egill became cheerful, and he said, In sorrow sadly drooping sank my brows close knitted. Then I found I one who furrows of forehead could smooth, fierce frowning cliffs that shaded my face. A king had lifted, with gleam of golden armlet. Gloom leaveth my eyes. Then those men were healed whose wounds were left to hope of life. Egill's abode with the king Athelstan for the next winter after Thorolf's death, and had a very great honor with the king. With Egill was then all that force which had followed the 2 brothers and come alive out of battle. Egill now made a poem about King Athelstan. Land shielder, battle quickener, lo now this scion royal. Earls 3 hath laid, to Ella earth must obedient bow, lavish of gold, kin glorious, great Athelstan victorious, surely I swear, all humbled to such high monarch yields. But this is the burden in the poem. Reindeer trod hills obey, bold Athelstan's high sway. So and I think reindeer is kind of a to the bold heaths or the wild lands in the hills, all the way down to the coast, all the land obeys Athelstan's monarch. Then gave Athelstan further to Egill as a poet 2 gold rings, each weighing a mark, and therewith a costly cloak that the king had himself formerly worn. But when spring came, Egill signified to the king that he proposed to go away in the summer to Norway and to learn how matters stand with Ausgerder, my late brother Thorolf's wife. A large property there is in all, but I know not whether there be children there living. I am bound to look after them if they live, but I am heir to all if Thorolf dies childless. The king answered, This will be, Egill, for you to arrange to go away hence, if you think you have an errand of duty, but I think 'twere the best way that you should settle down here with me on such terms as you like. And Egill thanked the king for his words. I will now first go, as I am in duty bound to go, but it is likely that I shall return and see after this the promise as soon as I can. The king bade him well to leave. Whereupon Egill made him ready to depart with his men. But of these many remained, being with the king. Egill had one large warship, on board thereof 100 men thereabouts. And when he was ready for his voyage, and fair wind blew, he put out to sea. He and King Athelstan parted with great friendship, and the king begged Egill to return as soon as possible. And this Egill promised he would do. Then to Norway Egill stood, and when they went, he came to the land, sailed with speed to the firths, and heard these tidings, that Lord Thorir was now dead, and that Arnbjorn had taken inheritance after him, and was made baron. And Egill went to Arnbjorn, because they were good friends, and got there a good welcome. Arnbjorn asked him to stay there. Egill accepted, had his ship set up, and his crew lodged. But Arnbjorn received Egill and 12 men, and they stayed with him for the winter in his own hall. Chapter 56. Egill's marriage and inheritance claim. Bergenund, son of Thorgir, Thornfoot, had then married Gunhilda, daughter of Bjorn Yeoman. She had come to keep house with him at Asker. But Ausgerder, whom Thorolf Skallagrimsson had wife, was then with Arnbjorn, her kinsman. Thorolf and she had a daughter named Thordis, and the girl was there with her mother. Egill told Ausgerder of Thorolf's death and offered her his guardianship. Ausgerder was much grieved at this tiding. She answered Egill's words well, saying, however, but little one way or the other. But at autumn, as it wore on, Egill began to become very gloomy and drank little, and often sat with his head drooping in his cloak. One time, Arnbjorn went to him and asked him what meant of this gloom. Though now you have great loss in your brother, it is manly to bear up well. A man must overlive man. Come, what verse are you now repeating? Let me hear it. And Egill said, Unfriendly who was friend, fair goddess seems. Of old, bold with uplifted brow, beheld I a woman's face, now one whose name I veil. No sooner to the scald occurs than shyly sinks, screened in his cloak of his head. Arnbjorn asked who this woman was. Have you hidden her name in the stave? Egill recited, Sorrow shows not, but hides the saddening thought within. Names in my posy, not oft I use to veil. For Odin's warrior wights will surely searching find in war god's wine of song what poet deep hath plunged. Excuse me. Here, Egill. Here, said Egill. Well, the old saw he found true. All should be told to a friend. I will tell you that which you ask about. I composed this. The woman I composed this verse is Ausgerder, your kinswoman, and I would fain to have her furtherance to secure this match. Arnbjorn deemed that this would be well. I well said, surely give my good word that this match be made. Egill laid the matter before Ausgerder, but she referred it to the decision of her father and her kinsman Arnbjorn. Arnbjorn talked with Ausgerder, and she made the same answer. Arnbjorn was desirous of this match. After this, Arnbjorn and Egill went together to Bjorn, and then Egill made his suit and asked to wife Bjorn's daughter, Ausgerder. Bjorn took the matter well, said that Arnbjorn was chiefly good to decide it, since he was the head of the kinsmen. Arnbjorn greatly desired it, and in the end, the matter was that Egill and Ausgerder would then be betrothed, and the wedding was to be at Arnbjorn's hall. And when the appointed time came, there was a grand feast, and Egill gets married. He was then very cheerful for the remaining part of the winter, and in the spring he made ready a merchant ship to voyage to Iceland. Arnbjorn advised him not to settle in Norway while Gunhilda's power was so great, for she was still very wroth with him. And this has been made much worse by your encounter with Eyvind. But when Egill was ready and fair wind blew, he sailed out to sea. His voyage went well. He came in autumn to Iceland and stood there at Borgarfjörð. He had now been out for 12 winters. Skallagrim was an old man by this time. Full glad was he when Egill came home. Egill went to lodge at Björg, and with him Thorvid Strong and many others of their company, and there were with the Skallagrim for winter. Egill had immense store of wealth, but it was not told that Egill shared that silver which King Athelstan had given him, either with Skallagrim or the others. That winter, Thorvid married Sion, Skallagrim's daughter, and in the following spring, Skallagrim gave them a homestead in Long River Foss, and the land inwards from Lyrebrook between Long River and Swan River, even up to the fell. Daughter of Thorvid and Sion was Thordis's wife to Ungir in Holm, the son of Bersi Godless. Their son was Bjorn, Heitadale's champion. So that kind of just gives, a little bit of kind of a geographical talking about everyone. I'm kind of losing my voice.
I can take over if you want me to.
Yeah, I might have to.
Yeah, just say the word and I got it.
Okay, yeah. Let's from here. I need to also go and use the restroom.
All right. Let me switch my translations to a little bit more readable one. Just a moment. Chapter 57. So, and I don't know if Svan's with us or not. This causes me to change my screen to where I can't see him or what's going on. So just break in if and when you need to. Suit between Egill and Onund. King Eric was there numerously attended. Bergenund was among his train, as were his brothers. There was a large following. But when the meeting was to be held about men's lawsuits, both the parties went where the court was set to plead their proofs. Then was Onund full of big words. Now in the court's sate was a level plot, with hazel poles planted in a ring, and outside were twisted ropes all around. This was called the precincts. Within the ring sate 12 judges of the Frith folk, 12 of the Firth folk, 12 of the Song folk, and 12 of the Horda folk. These 3 12s were to judge all the suits. Bjorn ruled who should be judges from the Firth folk. Thord of Aurland, who should be so from the Sogan folk. All these were of one party. Bjorn had brought thither a longship, full equipped. Also many small craft and store ships. King Eric had 6 or 7 longships, all well equipped. A great number of landowners were also there. Egill began his cause thus. He craved the judges to give him lawful judgment in the suit between him and Onund. He then set forth with proofs he held of his claim on the property that had belonged to Bjorn Brynolf's son. He said that Asgerder, daughter of Bjorn, own wife of him Egill, was the rightful heiress, born noble, of landed gentry, even of titled family further back. And he craved of the judges this, to adjudge to Asgerder half of Bjorn's inheritance, whether land or chattels. And when he ceased speaking, then Bergenund took the whole and spoke thus. Gunhilda, my wife, is the daughter of Bjorn, and Alof, the wife whom Bjorn lawfully married. Gunhilda is rightful heiress of Bjorn. I, for this reason, took possession of all the property left by Bjorn, because I knew that the other daughter of Bjorn had no right to inherit. Her mother was a captive of war, afterwards taken as concubine, without her kinsman's consent, and carried from land to land. But thou, Egill, thinkest to go on here as else everywhere else, with thy fierceness and wrongful dealing. This will not avail thee now, for King Eric and Queen Gunhilda have promised me that I shall have right in every cause within the bounds of their dominion. I will produce true evidence before the king and the judges that Thora Lacehand, Ausgerder's mother, was taken captive from the house of Thorir, her brother, and a second time from Brynjolf's house at Aurland. Then she went away out of the land with freebooters and was outlawed from Norway. And in this outlawry, Bjorn and she had born to them this girl Ausgerder. A great wonder now is this in Egill, that he thinks to make void all the words of King Eric. First, Egill, thou art here in the land after Eric made thee an outlaw. Secondly, which is worse, though thou hast a bondswoman to thy wife, thou claimest for her right of heritage. I demand this of the judges, that they adjudge the inheritance of Gunhilda, but adjudge Ausgerder to be the bondswoman of the king, because she was begotten when her father and mother were outlawed by the king. Right wroth was Bjorn when he heard Thora Lacehand called a bondwoman. And he stood up, and he would no longer hold his peace. He looked around on either side and took the word. Evidence we will bring, Sir King, in this matter, and oaths we will add, that this was in the reconciliation of my father and Bjorn Yeoman expressly provided that Asgerður, daughter of Bjorn and Thora, was to have right of inheriting after Bjorn her father, as also this, which thyself, O king, dost know, that thou restoredest Bjorn to his rights in Norway, and so everything was settled which had before stood in the way of their reconciliation. To these words the king found no ready answer. Then Egill spake a verse. Bondswoman born this knave, my brooch-decked lady calls. Shameless and selfish greed, such dealing Onund loves. Braggart, my bride is one, born heiress, jeweled dame. Our oaths, great king, accept, oaths that are meet and true. Then Arnbjorn produced witnesses, 12 men, and all well chosen. These all had heard, being present, the reconciliation of Thorir and Bjorn, and they offered to the king and judges to swear to it. The judges were willing to accept their oath if the king forbade it not. Then did Queen Gunhilda take the word. Great wonder is this, Sir King, that thou lettest this big Egill make such a coil of the whole cause before thee. Wouldst thou not to say against him, that though he should claim at thy hand thy very kingdom? Now, though thou wilt give no decision that may help Onund, yet will not I brook this, that Egill tread underfoot our friends and wrongfully take the property from Onund. Where is Alf, my brother? Go thou, Alf, with thy following, where the judges are, and let them not give thee wrong judgment. Then he and his men went thither, and cut in sunder the precinct ropes, and tore down the poles, and scattered the judges. Great uproar was there in the thing. But men there were all weaponless. Then spake Egill, can Bergenund hear my words? I hear, said Onund. Then do I challenge thee to combat, and be our fight here at the thing. Let him of us twain have this property, both lands and chattels, who wins the victory. But be thou every man's dastard if thou darest not. Whereupon King Eric made answer, if thou, Egill, art strongly set on fighting, then will we grant thee this forthwith. Egill replied, I will not fight with king's power and overwhelming force, but before equal numbers I will not flee, if this be given me. Nor will I make any distinction of persons, titled or untitled. Then spake Arnbjorn, we go away, Egill. We shall not here effect today anything that will be to our gain. And with this, Arnbjorn and all his people turned to depart. But Egill turned to him and cried aloud, this do I protest before thee, Arnbjorn, and thee, Thord, and all men that now can hear my words, barons and lawmen, and all people, that I ban all those lands that belong to Bjorn, Brynjolf's son, from building and tillage, and from all gain therefrom to be gotten. I ban them to thee, Bergenund, and to all others, natives and foreigners, high and low, and anyone who shall herein offend, I denounce as a lawbreaker, a peacebreaker, and accursed. After which, Egill went away with Arnbjorn. They then went to their ships, and there was a rise in the ground of some extent to pass over, so that the ships were not visible from the thing field. Egill was very wroth, and when they came to the ships, Erenbjorn spoke before his people and said, all men know what has been the issue of the thing here, that we have not got law, but the king is much in wrath, so that I expect our men will get a hard measure from him if he can bring it about. I will now that every man embark on his ship and go home. Let none wait for the other. Then Erenbjorn went on board his own ship, and to Egill he said, now go you with your comrades on board the cutter that lies here outside the longship, and get you away at once. Travel by night so much as you may, and not by day, and be on your guard, for the king will seek to meet with you. Come and find me afterwards, when all this is ended, whatever may have chanced between you and the king. Egill did as Erenbjorn said. They went aboard the cutter, about 30 men, and rowed with all their might. The vessel was remarkably fast. Then rowed out of the haven many other ships of Erenbjorn's people, cutters and rowboats. But the longship which Erenbjorn steered went last, for it was the heaviest under oars. Egill's cutter, which he steered, soon outstripped the rest. Then Egill sang a verse. My heritage he steals, the money-grasping heir of Thornfoot, but his threats, though fierce, I boldly meet. For land we sought the law. Land-grabbing loon is he, but robbery of my right, ere long he shall repay. Chapter 58 of King Eric and Egill. King Eric heard the concluding words of Egill that he spake last at the thing, and his wrath waxed hot. But all men had gone weaponless to the thing. Therefore the king attempted no attack. He bade his men hasten to their ships, and they did as he bade. Then, when they came to the strand, the king summoned his household thing, and told them his purpose. We must now, he said, untent our ships and row after Erenbjorn and Egill. And this I will have you know, that we will take Egill's life if we get the chance, and spare no man who shall stand up for him. After that they went abroad, made all ready as speedily as might be, and they went aboard, made ready as speedily as might be, and pushed out the ships and rowed to the place where Erenbjorn's ships has been. These were now all gone. Then the king bade that they should row after them northwards by the sound. And when he came to Sorensea, then there was Erenbjorn's company rowing in towards Sheeping Sound. And thither the king turned in after him. And he came up with Erenbjorn's ship in the inner part of the Sheeping Sound. At once the king made for it, and they exchanged words. The king asked whether Egill was in the ship. Erenbjorn answered, Egill is not here, he said. That, O king, thou mayest at once see. Here on board on none but those who thou knowest, and Egill will not be found down under the benches, though thou shouldest seek him there. The king asked Erenbjorn what he knew latest of Egill. He said that Egill was on a cutter with 30 men, and they took their way out to Stone Sound. Then the king told his men to row by the inner sound and shape their course so as to meet Egill. There was a man named Kettle Hod. He was of King Eric's guard, an uplander by family. He was pilot on the king's ship and steered the same. Kettle was a tall man, and handsome he was, near of kin to the king. And 'twas generally said that he and the king were like in appearance. Now Egill, before going to the thing, had his ship launched and the cargo put on board. And after parting with Erenbjorn, he and his went their way to Stone Sound, till they came to a ship, which lay there afloat in the haven with tent overspread. Then they went up aboard the ship, but the cutter rode beside the rudder of the ship between the land and the ship, and the oars lay there in the loops. Next morning, when day had hardly dawned, the watch were aware that some ships were rowing for them. But when Egill saw that it was the enemy, he stood up and bade that they should leap into the cutter. He armed himself at once, as did they all. Egill took up the chests of silver which King Athelstan gave him, and bore them with him. They leapt armed into the cutter, and rowed forward between the land and the longship that was advancing nearest to the land. This was King Eric's ship. But as it happened suddenly, and there was little light, the two ships ran past each other. And when the stern castles were opposite, then Egill hurled a spear and smote in the middle the man who was steering, Ketilhad, to wit. And at once he got his bane. Then King Eric called out and bade his men row after Egill and his party. But as their vessels ran past Egill's merchant ship, the king's men leapt aboard of that. And those of Egill's men who had been left behind and not leapt into the cutter were all slain who could be caught. But some escaped to land. 10 men of Egill's followers were lost there. Some ships rowed after Egill, but soon plundered the merchant ship. All the booty on board was taken, and the ship burnt. But those who rowed after Egill pulled hard, 2 at each oar. They could even so take the rowing by turns, for they had no lack of men on board. While Egill's crew was short, they being now but 18 on the cutter, so the distance between them lessened. But inside of the island was a shallow sound between it and other islands. It was now low water. Egill and his rowers ran their cutter into the shallow sound, but the longships could not float there. Thus pursuers and pursued were parted. The king then turned back southward, but Egill went north to seek Erenbjorn. Then Egill spake a verse. Wakener of weapon din, the warlike prince hath wrought, where I escaped scot-free, scathe on our gallant 10. Yet sped by hand a spear, like springing salmon swift, that rushed and Ketil's ribs, rent sore with deathful wound. Egill came to Erenbjorn and told him these tidings. Erenbjorn said that he could expect nothing better in dealing with King Eric. But you shall not want for money, Egill. I will make good the loss of your ship and give you another, in which you can well sail to Iceland. Osgerther, Egill's wife, had remained at Erenbjorn's while they went to the Thing. Erenbjorn gave Egill a good seaworthy ship and had it laden with such things as Egill wished. This ship Egill got ready for sea, and again he had a crew of about 30 men. Then he and Erenbjorn parted in friendship. And Egill sang, requite him, righteous gods, for robbery of my wealth. Hunt him away, be wroth. High Odin, heavenly powers, foe of his folk, base king, may Freyr and Njordur make flee. Hate him, land guardians, hate, who holy ground hath scorned. Apparently Svan is ill. Yet lo, I shall continue. We have a goal this evening that we shall get to. Believe we've got 11 chapters left. If you guys can bear with me in my reading, I will do my best here. If Svan rejoins us, excellent. If not, we will catch up with him next week. Chapter 59, King Eric slays his brothers. Harold Fairhair set his sons to rule in Norway when he began to grow old. Eric he made king above all his other sons. It was when Harold had been king for 70 years that he gave over the kingdom into the hands of his son Eric. At that time, Gunhilda bare a son, whom Harold the king sprinkled with water, giving him his own name, and he added this, that he should be king after his father if he lived long enough. King Harold then settled down in retirement, being mostly in Rogaland or Hordaland. But 3 years later, King Harold died in Rogaland, and a mound was raised to his memory by Haugasound. After the death of the king, there was a great strife between his sons, for the men of Vic took Olaf for their king, but the Throns Sigurd. But these two, his brothers, Eric slew at Tunsberg 1 year after King Harold's death. All these things happened in one and the same summer, to wit, King Eric, going with his army eastward to Vic to fight with his brothers. Before that, the strife of Egill and Bergenund at Gulathing, with the other events that have just been related. Bergenund remained at home on his estate when the king went to war, for he thought it unsafe for him to leave home while Egill was still in the land. Had, his brother, was now there with him. There was a man named Frodi, a kinsman of King Eric, very handsome, young in years, but a man grown. King Eric left him behind to protect Bergenund. Frodi was staying at Alriksted, a royal farm, and had some men there. A son of Eric and Gunhilda there was named Rognvald, who was then 10 or 11 years old and had the makings of a very handsome man. He was with Frodi when these things happened. But before King Eric rode forth to this war, he made Egill an outlaw through all Norway and free for any man to slay. Arenbjorn was with the king in the war, but before he left home, Egill took his ship to sea and made for the outlying fishing station called Vitar, over against Aldi. It is on the high road of the seas. Fishermen were there, and 'twas a good place for hearing tidings. Then he heard that the king had made him an outlaw, whereupon Egill spake a verse. Lawbreaker, land demon, long voyage lays on me. He, bane of his brothers, beguiled by his bride, Gunhilda, the guilt bears, grim queen of my exile. Fain am I full swiftly her frauds to repay. The weather was calm. A fell wind blew by night, a sea breeze by day. One evening, Egill sailed out to sea, but the fishermen were then rowing in to land, those, to wit, who had been set as spies on Egill's movement. They had this to tell, that Egill had put out and sailed to sea and was gone. This news they carried to Bergenund, and when he knew these tidings, then he sent away all those men that he had before for protection. Thereafter he rode in to Alriksted and bade Frodi to his house, for he had a great ale drinking there. Frodi went with him, taking some men. They were feasted well there, and they made merry with no fear of danger. Rognvald, the king's son, had a pinnace rowed by 6 men on either side, painted all above the sea line. He had with him 10 or 12 who constantly followed him. And when Frodi had left home, then Rognvald took the pinnace, and they rowed out to Herdla, 12 in number. A large farm of the king's was there, whereof the manager was named Skegthorir. Rohenwald, in his childhood, had been fostered there. Thora received the king's son joyfully. There, too, was no lack of drink.
I do not believe Svan will be rejoining us, sir. I just got off the phone with him.
All right, so we have a Svan-free broadcast from here on out. I will do my best to hold down the fort.
You're quite articulate. I think you'll be okay.
Appreciate the confidence. Over on the side, Nafenlaust. Apparently you tried to email me and 3 other people on the website, but haven't received a response. That's terrible. I don't believe that I got your email and ignored it. Please send another message. If you send it right now, I'll know it's you and I will get it. Yeah, my apologies. Wouldn't intentionally ignore you. I hope everything's doing right. You may want to throw out an address just to make sure you're not, I don't know, misspelling something or, a missed letter here or there. And if not, if I know a date, I can check my spam folder. But either way, please get a hold of me right now. Nobody's trying to duck you. I'd be very happy to answer anything or, respond to you at the very least. I'm sorry that folks have missed you. Yeah, I hope it was just some kind of oversight. I think that may be the case, but we want to connect with you either way. So chapter 60, the slaying of Bergenund and Rogenwald, the king's son. Egill sailed out to sea for the night, as was written above. When morning came, the wind fell, and there was a calm. They then lay drifting, letting the ship ride free for some nights. But when a sea breeze came on, Egill said to his shipmen, "We will now sail to land, for I do not quite know, should the sea wind come to blow hard, where we could make land. 'Tis a dangerous-looking coast in most places." The rowers bade Egill rule their course. So then they made sail and sailed into the waters about Herdla. There they found a good haven and spread the tent over their ship and lay there for the night. They had on the ship a little boat, into which went Egill with 3 men. They rowed into Herdla and sent a man up into the island to learn tidings. And when he came down to the ship, he said that there at the farm was Rohenwald, the king's son, and his men. They sate there a drinking. Said he, "I lit on one of the housecarls, and he was ale mad, and said that here they must not drink less than was drunk at Bergenund's. Though Frodi was feasting there with a party of 5, he said that no more were there than the household, save Frodi and his men. Whereupon Egill rowed back to the ship and bade his men rise and take their weapons. They did so. The ship they put out from the shore and anchored. Egill left 12 men to guard the ship, but himself went on the ship's boat. They being 18 in all, they then rowed in along the sound. They so regulated their pace that they came to Fenhring at eventide, and put into a hidden creek there. Then said Egill, "Now will I go up into the island and spy out what I can get to know, but you shall await me here." Egill had his weapons that he was wont to have, a helmet and shield, a sword at his girdle, a halberd in his hand. He went up into the island and along the border of a wood. He had now drawn a hood over his helm. He came where there were some lads, and with them large sheepdogs. And when they began to exchange words, he asked whence they were, and why they were there, and had such big dogs. They said, "You must be a very silly fellow. Have you not heard that a bear goes about the island here? A great pest. He kills both men and sheep, and a price is set upon his head. We watch here at Asker every night over our flocks that are penned in this fold. By why go you at night thus armed?" He answered, "I too am afraid of the bear, and few methinks now go weaponless. He has long pursued me tonight. See there now, where he is in the skirt of the wood. Are all asleep at the farmhouse? The boy said that Bergenund and Frodi would be drinking still. They sit at it every night. Then tell them," said Egill, "where the bear is, but I will hasten home." So he went away, but the boy ran home to the farmhouse and into the room where they were drinking. All were gone to sleep, save these three, Onund, Frodi, and Had. The boy told them where the bear was. They took their weapons, which hung there by them, and at once ran out and up to the wood. From the main forest ran out a spur of wood with scattered bushes. The boy told them where the bear had been in the bushes. Then they saw that the branches moved, whence they guessed that the bear would be there. Then Bergenund advised that Had and Frodi should run forward between the shrubs and the main forest and stop the bear from gaining the wood. Bergenund ran forward to the bushes. He had helm and shield, a sword at his girdle, a halberd in his hand. Egill was there before him in the bushes, but no bear. And when he saw where Bergenund was, he unsheathed his sword, and taking the coil of cord attached to the hilt, wound it round his arm, and so let the sword hang. In his hand he grasped the halberd, and then ran forward to meet Bergenund. Which, when Bergenund saw, he quickened his pace and cast his shield before him, and ere they met, each hurled his halberd at the other. Egill opposed the halberd with his shield held aslant, so that the halberd with a cut tore out of the shield and flew into the ground. But Egill's weapon came full on the middle of the shield and went right through it far up to the blade. And the weapon was fast in the shield. Onund's shield was thus cumbersome. Then quickly did Egill grasp his sword hilt. Onund also began to draw his sword. But ere it was half drawn, Egill pierced him with a thrust. Onund reeled at the blow, but Egill suddenly snatched back his sword and made a cut at Onund, well nigh taking off his head. Then Egill took his halberd out of the shield. Now Had and Frodi saw Bergenund fall and ran thither. Egill turned to meet them. At Frodi he threw his halberd, which pierced the shield, went into his breast and out his back. At once he fell back dead. Then taking his sword, Egill turned against Had, and they exchanged but few blows ere Had fell. Just then the herd boy chanced to come up. Egill said to them, "Watch you here by Onund your master and his friends, that no beast or bird tear their bodies." Egill then went his way, and before long 11 of his comrades met him, 6 staying at watch on the ship, and they asked what success he had, whereupon he sang, "Long did we losers sit, losers through him who took with greed the gold that once to guard I better knew, till now Bergenund's bane my blade with wounds hath wrought, and hidden earth in veil of Had and Frodi's blood." Then Egill said, "We will now turn back to the farm and act in warlike wise, slaying all the men we can and taking all the booty we can come by." They went to the farm, rushed into the house and slew there 15 or 16 men. Some escaped by running away. They plundered the place, destroying what they could not take with them. The cattle they drove to the shore and slaughtered, putting on board as much as the boat would hold. Then they rowed out to the sound between the islands. Egill was now furious, so that there was no speaking with him. He sat at the boat's helm. When they got further out in the firth towards Herdla, then came rowing out towards them Rognvald, the king's son, with 12 men on the painted pennants. They had now learnt that Egill's ship lay in Herdla water, and they meant to take to Onund news of Egill's whereabouts. And when Egill saw the boat, he knew it at once. Straight for it he steered. And when the boats came together, the beak of the cutter struck the side of the pinnace's bow, which so heeled over that the water poured in on one side and the boat filled. Egill leapt aboard, grasping his halberd, and cried to his men to let no one on the pinnace escape with life. This was easy, for there was no defense. All were slain as they swam. No one escaped. 13 there perished, Rognvald and his comrades. Then Egill and his men rowed to Herdla Island, and Egill spake a verse. I fought, nor feared vengeance. Foul shone there reddened. Blood of the son of Blood Axe, bold king and his queen, perished on the pinnace. Prince with 12 his liegemen, such stress of stern battle, against them I stirred. And when Egill and his men came to Herdla, at once fully armed, they ran up to the farm buildings. But when Thorir and his household saw that, they at once ran away and saved themselves, all that could go, men and women. Egill's party plundered the place of all they could lay hands on. Then they rowed out to their ship. Nor had they long to wait ere a breeze blew off the land. They made ready to sail. And when all was ready for sailing, Egill went up into the island. He took in his hand a hazel pole and went to a rocky eminence that looked inward to the mainland. Then he took a horse's head and fixed it on the pole. After that, in solemn form of curse, he thus spake. Here set I up a curse pole, and this curse I turn on King Eric and Queen Gunhilda. Here he turned the horse's head landwards. This curse I turn also on the guardian spirits who dwell in this land, that they may all wander astray, nor reach or find their home till they have driven out of the land King Eric and Gunhilda. This spoken, he planted the pole down in the rift of the rock and let it stand there. The horse's head he turned inwards to the mainland, but on the pole he cut runes expressing the whole form of curse. After this, Egill went aboard the ship. They made sail and sailed out to sea. Soon the breeze freshened and blew strong from a good quarter, so the ship ran on apace. Then sang Egill, forest foe fiercely blowing, flogs hard and unceasing. With sharp storm the seaway, that ship's stern doth plow. The wind, willow render, with icy gust rustles, or ruthless, our sea swan doth buffet, or bowsprit and beak. Bowsprit and beak. Their voyage sped well. From the main they came into Borgarfirth, brought their ship into the haven, carried their baggage on shore. Egill then went home to Borg, but his crew found their lodging. Skallagrim was now old and weak with age. Egill took the management of the property and care of the house. Sorry, guys, one-man show, so I'm kind of bouncing back and forth between stuff at the chapter breaks and taking a swig of my Arctic Berry Ale. Story time is good no matter how old you are. All right. Chapter 61, Death of Skallagrim. There was a man named Thorgeir. He had to wife Thordis Yngvar's daughter, Egill's mother's sister. Thorgeir dwelt on Svannes at Lamstead. He had come out to Iceland with Yngvar. He was wealthy and much honored of men. Thorgeir and his wife had a son, Thord, who was dwelling at Lamstead after his father, when Egill now came back to Iceland. It chanced in the autumn, shortly before winter, that Thor rode into Borg to find Egill, his kinsman, and he bade him to a banquet. He had had ale brewed out at his home. Egill promised to go, and a day was fixed about a week thence. So when the time came, Egill prepared to go, and with him Ausgerther, his wife. They were a company of 10 or 12 in all. But just when Egill was ready, Skallagrim went out with him, and embracing him before he mounted, said, "You are late, methinks, Egill, in paying to me the money which King Athelstan sent me. What do you mean to do with that money?" Egill answered, "Are you very short of money, father? I did not know it. I shall at once let you have silver, when I know you need it. But I know that you still have in your keeping 1 or 2 chests full of silver." "I suppose," said Skallagrim, "you think that we have made our division of the movable property. You must now be content if I do what I like with that money I have in keeping." Egill answered, "You cannot think you need to ask any leave from me in this, for you will choose to have it your own way, whatever I may say." Then Egill rode away till he came to Lamstead, where he was made heartily welcome. He was to be there 3 nights. The same evening that Egill left home, Skallagrim had a horse saddled. He then rode out just when the others were going to bed. When he went away, he bore before him on his knees a very large chest, but under his arm he carried a brazen kettle. It has been since held for certain that he let down one or both into Crum's bog hole and dropped a large stone slab atop of them. Skallagrim came home about midnight, and then went to his place and lay down in his clothes. But in the morning, when it was light and people were dressed, there sat Skallagrim forward on the seat's edge, already dead, and so stiff that they could not straighten him nor move him, though they tried all they could. Then a man was put on horseback, who galloped off as hard as he might to Lamstead. At once he sought Egill, and told him these tidings. Then Egill took his weapons and clothes and rode home, reaching Borg by eventide. And at once, on dismounting, he went in into the passage that was round the hall, with doors leading from the passage to the seats inside. Egill went on to the chief seat and took Skallagrim by the shoulders and forced him backward and laid him down in the seat, and rendered then the service to the dead. Then Egill bade them take digging tools and break open the wall of the south side. When this was done, then Egill supported the head and the others the feet of Skallagrim. And so they bore him athwart the house out through the breach in the wall just made. Then they bore him immediately down to Naustanes. There for the night a tent was set over the body. But in the morning, with flood tide, Skallagrim was put on a boat and rowed out to Digranes. There Egill had a mound raised on the point of the ness. Therein was laid Skallagrim, with his horse, his weapons, and his smithy tools. It was not told that any valuables were laid in the mound beside him. Egill took the heritage, lands, and chattels. Thenceforth he ruled the house. With Egill there was Thordis, daughter of Thorolf, and Ausgerther. Wolf Throne, you'll have to deal with just me this evening. Svan has taken ill for the evening. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I hope that that does not last him long. Chapter 62, Egill's Voyage to England. King Eric ruled over Norway 1 year after the death of his father, King Harold, before Håkon, Athelstan's foster son, another son of Harold, came out of the west of England. And in that same summer, Egill Skallagrimsson went to Iceland. Håkon went northward to Throndheim. He was there accepted as king. He and Eric were for the winter both king in Norway. But in the following spring, each gathered an army. Håkon had by far the larger numbers. The reason for this was that he made it law in the land that every man should owe his patrimony, where King Harold had enslaved all, rich and poor alike. Eric saw no other choice but to flee the land, and so he went abroad with Gunhilda, his wife, and their children. Lord Arinbjorn was King Eric's foster brother, and the foster father of his son. Dear to the king was he above all his barons, and the king had set him as ruler over the Firthfolk. Arinbjorn was with the king when he left the land. They first went westward over the main to the Orkneys. There Eric gave his daughter Ragnhildur in marriage to Earl Arnfinn. After that he went south with his force along the coast of Scotland, and he harried there. Thence still south to England and harried there. And when King Athelstan heard of this, he gathered a force and went against Eric. But when they met, terms were proposed, and the terms were that King Athelstan gave to Eric the government of Northumberland. And he was to be, for King Athelstan, defender of the land against the Scots and the Irish. Athelstan had made Scotland tributary under him after the death of King Olaf. But that people were constantly disloyal to him. The story goes that Gunhilda had a spell worked, this spell being that Egill Skallagrimsson should find no rest in Iceland till she had seen him. But in that summer, when Håkon and Eric had met and contended for Norway, all travel to any land from Norway was forbidden. So in the summer there came to Iceland from Norway neither ship nor tidings. Egill Skallagrimsson abode at his home. During the second winter that he was living at Borg after Skallagrim's death, Egill became melancholy. And this was more marked as the winter wore on. And when summer came, Egill let it be known that he meant to make ready his ship for a voyage out in the summer. He then got a crew. He proposed to sail to England. There were 30 men on the ship. Ausgerther remained behind and took charge of the house. Egill's purpose was to seek King Athelstan and to look after the promise that he had made to Egill at their last parting. It was late ere Egill was ready when he put to sea. The winds delayed him. Autumn then came on. Rough weather set in. They sailed past the north coast of the Orkneys. Egill would not put in there, for he thought King Eric's power would be supreme all over the islands. Then they sailed southward past Scotland and had great storms and crosswinds. Weathering the Scottish coast, they held on southwards along England. But on the evening of a day, as darkness came on, it blew a gale. Before they were aware, breakers were both seaward and ahead. There was nothing for it but to make for land, and this they did. Under sail they ran ashore and came to land at Humbermouth. All the men were saved and most of the cargo, but as for the ship, it was broken to pieces. When they found men to speak with, they learnt these tidings, which Egill thought good, that with King Athelstan all was well, and with his kingdom. But other tidings were there, which Egill thought dangerous, to wit, that King Eric Bloodaxe was there, and Gunhilda. And they had the government of the province, and Egill was but a short way up the country in the town of York. And Eric was but a short way up the country in the town of York. This also Egill learnt, that Lord Arinbjorn was there with the king, and in great friendship with him. And when Egill got to know these tidings, he resolved what to do. He thought he had little hope of escape, though he should try to conceal himself and go disguised as long as he might, till he were clear of Eric's dominions. For he was at that time easily known by such as should see him. He thought also it were a mean man's fate to be captured in such flight. So he took a bold heart and resolved that at once, in that very night when they came there, he should get him a horse and ride to the town. He came there in the evening and rode at once into the town. He had now a hood drawn over his helm, was fully armed. Egill inquired where in the town Arinbjorn was housed. It was told him. Thither he rode to the house. When he came to the hall door, he dismounted from his horse and found a man to speak to. It was told him that Arinbjorn sat at meat. Egill said, I would fain, good fellow, you should go into the hall and ask Arinbjorn whether he will rather speak without or within to Egill Skallagrimsson. The man says, 'Tis but little trouble for me to do this errand. He went into the hall and spoke quite loud. There is a man come here, out before the door, he said, big as a giant, and he begged me to go in and ask whether thou wouldst rather speak without or within to Egill Skallagrimsson. Arinbjorn said, Go and beg him to bide without, nor shall he need to bide long. He did as Arinbjorn told him, went out and said what had been said to him. Arinbjorn bade take up the tables. Then went he out with all his housecarls with him. And when Arinbjorn met Egill, he greeted him well and asked why he was come there. Egill, in a few words, told him clearly of his journey. And now you shall see what counsel I ought to take, if you will give me any help. Have you, said Arinbjorn, before you came to this house, met any man in the town who are likely to have known you? None, said Egill. Let men then take their weapons, said Arinbjorn. They did so, but when all were armed, then went they to the king's house. And when they came to the hall, then Arinbjorn knocked at the door, asking them to open and saying who was there. The doorkeepers at once opened the door. The king was sitting at table. Arinbjorn then bade that they should go in 12 in number, naming for this Egill and 10 others. Now shall you, Egill, bring the king your head and clasp his foot, but I will be your spokesman. Then they went in. Arinbjorn went before the king and saluted him. The king received him and asked what he would have. Arinbjorn said, I lead hither one who has come a long way to seek thee in thy place, and to be reconciled with thee. Great is this honor to thee, my lord, when thine enemies travel of their own free will from other lands, and deem they cannot endure thy wrath, though thou be nowhere near. Now show thyself princely to this man. Let him get from thee good terms, seeing that he hath so magnified thine honor, and as thou now mayest see, by braving many seas and dangers to come hither from his own home, no compulsion drove him to this journey, naught but goodwill to thee. Then the king looked round and saw over men's heads where Egill stood. The king knew him at once, and darting a keen glance at him, said, How wert thou so bold, Egill, that thou darest come before me. Thy last parting from me was such that of life thou couldst have from me no hope. Then went Egill up to table and clasped the foot of the king. He then sang, with cross winds far cruising, I came on my wave horse, Eric, England's warder, eager soon to see, now wielder of wound flash, white dauntless and daring, the strong strand of herald, stout lineage I meet. King Eric said, I need not to count the crimes on thy hands, for they are so many and so great that each one might well warrant that thou go not hence alive. Thou hast nothing else to expect but that here thou must die. This thou mightest know before, that thou wouldest get no terms from me. Gunhilda said, why shall not Egill be slain at once? Rememberest thou no more, O king, what Egill hath done to thee? Slain thy friends and thy kin, even thine own son to boot, and cursed thyself. Wherever was it known that a king was thus dealt with? Arinbjorn said, if Egill had spoken evil of the king, for that he can now atone in words of praise that shall live for all time. Gunhilda said, we will hear none of his praise, O king. Bid Egill be led out and beheaded. I will neither hear his words nor see him. Then said Arinbjorn, the king will not let himself be egged on to all thy dastardly work. He will not have Egill slain by night, for night slaying is murder. The king said, so shall it be, Arinbjorn, as thou demandest. Egill shall live this night. Take thou him home with thee, and bring him to me in the morning. Arinbjorn thanked the king for his words. We hope, my lord, that henceforth Egill's cause will take a better turn. And though Egill has done great wrong against thee, yet look thou on this, that he has suffered much from thee and thy kin. King Harold thy father took the life of Thorolf, a man of renown, Egill's father's brother, for the slander of bad men and no crime at all. And thou, O king, didst break the law in Egill's case for the sake of Bergenund. Nay, further, thou didst wish to doom his death, and didst slay his men, and plunder all his goods, and withal didst make him an outlaw, and drive him from the land. And Egill is one who will stand no teasing, but in every cause under judgment one must look at the act with its reasons. I will now have Egill in keeping for the night. Then Arinbjorn and Egill went back to the house. When they came in, they too went into a small upper room and talked over the matter. Arinbjorn said, the king just now was very wroth, yet methought his mood rather softened before the end, and fortune will now decide what may be the upshot. I know that Gunhilda will set all her mind on marring your cause. Now would I fain that we take this counsel, that you be awake through the night and compose a song of praise about King Eric. I should think it had best be a poem of 20 stanzas, and you might recite it tomorrow when we come before the king. Thus did Bragi my kinsman when he was under the wrath of Bjorn, king of Sweden. He composed a poem of praise about him in one night, and for it received his head. Now may we also have the same luck with the king, and you may make your peace with him if you can offer him a poem of praise. Egill said, I shall try this counsel that you wish, but 'twas the last thing I ever meant to sing King Eric's praises. Arinbjorn bade him try. Then Arinbjorn went away and had food and drink carried to the upper room. Egill was there alone for the night. Arinbjorn went to his men, and they sate over drink till midnight. Then Ehrenbjorn and his men went to the sleeping chambers. But before undressing, he went up to the room to Egill and asked how he was getting on with his poem. Egill said that nothing was done. Here, said he, has sate a swallow by the window and twittered all night, so that I have never got rest for that same. Whereupon Ehrenbjorn went away, and out by the door leading up to the house roof, and he sate by the window of the upper room, where the bird had before sate. He saw that something of the shape of a shape which possessed moved away from the roof. Ehrenbjorn sate there by the window all night till dawn. But after Ehrenbjorn had come there, Egill composed all the poem and got it so by heart that he could recite it in the morning when he met Ehrenbjorn. They watched for a fit time to go before the king. So a few things. I'm sorry, I'm looking over in the chat and there's questions as to where we're at. Those of you following along, we're about to start chapter 63, and we're going to be reading through chapter 69 tonight. It's an interesting development. There was the option of trying to hide and somehow escape and make his way out of the realm that King Eric Bloodaxe now governed in England. But our hero, Egill, chose to take a bold choice. He decided to ride up and test his fate and see what he could do. And so he went to his friend. His friend wanted to represent him before the king and got him an opportunity to perhaps spare his life. And that's the task that he set upon now. But as you can see, the queen used her magic to either shapeshift or send a fetch or whatever witchly magic she had to have this swallow outside distracting Egill all night so he couldn't compose his poem. Again, what's cool about this is it's not, again, this isn't fanciful. This is a real retelling of stuff that happened. And it's an interesting kind of, you may recognize the similarity to, the fly that bit the dwarf as he was forging Mjolnir and distracted him, causing him to make the handle a little bit too short. So there's precedent for this idea of sending an animal form out to confound the building or creation of something. And we see that here again in the saga. Chapter 63. Egill recites the poem. King Eric went to table according to his wont. Much people were with him. And when Ehrenbjorn knew this, then went he with all his followers fully armed to the king's palace. While the king sat at table, Ehrenbjorn craved entrance into the hall. It was granted. He and Egill went in with half of his followers, but the other half stood without before the door. Ehrenbjorn saluted the king. The king received him well. Ehrenbjorn spoke. Here now is come Egill. He has not sought to run away in the night, nor would we fain know, my lord, what his lot is to be. I hope thou will let him get good from my words, for I think it a matter of great moment to me that Egill gain terms from thee. I have so acted, as was right, that neither in word nor deed have I spared aught whereby thy honor should be made greater than before. I have also abandoned all my possessions, kinsmen and friends, that I had in Norway, and followed thee when all other barons deserted thee. And herein do I what is meet, for thou hast often done great good to me. Then spoke Gunhilda, Cease, Bjorn, nor prate so at length of this. Thou hast done much good to King Eric. This he hath fully rewarded. Thou owest far more duty to King Eric than to Egill. It is not for thee to ask that Egill go unpunished hence from King Eric's presence, seeing what crimes he has wrought. Then said Bjorn, if thou, O king, and thou, Gunhilda, if ye two have resolved that Egill shall here get no terms, then is this the manly course, to give him respite and leave to go for a week, that he may look out for himself of his own free will, with any way he can hitherto seek you, and therefore hoped for peace. Thereafter this done, let your dealings together end as they may. Gunhilda said, Well can I see by this, Bjorn, that thou art more faithful to Egill than to King Eric. If Egill is to ride hence for a week, then will he in this time be come to King Athelstan. But King Eric cannot now hide this from himself, that every king is now stronger than he is. Whereas a little while ago it had been deemed incredible that King Eric would not have the will and energy to avenge his wrongs on such a one as Egill. Said Bjorn, no one will call Eric a great man for slaying a yeoman's son, a foreigner, who has freely come into his power. But if the king wishes to achieve greatness hereby, then will I help him in this, so that these tidings shall be thought more worthy of record. For I and Egill will now back each other, so that we may both be met at once. Thou wilt then, O king, dearly buy the life of Egill, when we be all laid dead on the field, I and my followers. Far other treatment should I have expected of thee, than that thou wouldst prefer seeing me laid dead on the earth to granting me the boon I crave for one man's life. Then answered the king, a wondrous eager champion art thou, Bjorn, in this thy helping of Egill. Loth were I to do thee scathe. If it come to this, if thou wilt rather give away thine own life than that he be slain. But sufficient are the charges against Egill, whatever I cause to be done with it. When the king had said this, then Egill advanced before him and began the poem, and recited it in a loud voice, and at once won silence. Westward I sailed the wave. Within me Odin gave the sea of song I bear, so 'tis my wont to fare. I launched my floating oak, when loosening ice floes broke, my mind a galleon fraught, with load of minstrel taught. A prince doth hold me guest, praise be his due confessed, of Odin's mead let draught, in England now be quaffed. Laud bear I to the king, loudly his honor sing. Silence I crave around, my song of praise is found. Sire, mark the tale I tell, such heed beseems thee well. Better I chaunt my strain, if stillness hushed I gain. The monarch's wars in word, widely have peoples heard, but Odin saw alone bodies before him strown. Swelled of swords the sound, smiting bucklers round, fiercely waxed the fray. Forward the king made way, struck the ear while blood streamed from glaives in flood. Iron hailstorm song, heavy, loud, and long. Lances, a woven fence, well ordered, bristle dense. On royal ships in line, exulting spearmen shine. Soon dark with bloody stain, seethed there an angry main. With war fleet thundering sound, with wounds and din around. Of men many a rank, mid showering darts sank. Glory and fame got Eric's name. More may yet be told, and men silence hold. Further feats and glory, fame hath noised in story. Warriors' wounds were rife where the chief waged strife. Shivered swords with stroke on blue shield rims broke. Breastplates ringing crashed, burning helm fire flashed, biting point of glaive, bloody wound did grave. Odin's oak, they say, in that iron play. Baldric's crystal blade, bowed and prostrate laid. Spears crossing dashed, sword edges clashed. Glory and fame got Eric's name. Red blade the king did wield, ravens flocked o'er the field. Dripping spears flew madly, darts with aim full deadly. Scotland's scourge let feed, wolf and ogre's steed. For Erne of downtrod dead, dainty meal was spread. Sword battle cranes, or course strown lanes, found flesh fowl's bill, of blood its fill. While deep the wound, he delves around. Grim raven's beak, blood fountains break. Axe furnished feast for ogress beast. Eric on the wave to wolf flesh banquet gave. Javelins flying sped, peace affright fled. Bows were bent amain, wolves were battle fain. Spears in shivers split, sword teeth keenly bit. Archers' strings loud sang, arrows forward sprang. He back his buckler flings, from arm beset with rings. Sword play stirrer good, spiller of foeman's blood. Waxing everywhere, witness true I bear. East or billows came, Eric's sounding name. Bent the king his yew, bees wound-bearing flew. Eric on the wave, to wolves flesh banquet gave. Yet to make more plain, I to men were fain, high-souled mood of king, but must swiftly sing. Weapons when he takes, the battle goddess wakes. On ship's shielded side streams the battle tide. Gems from wrist he gives, glittering armlet rivs. Lavish ring despiser, loves not hoarding miser. Frodi's flower of gold gladdens rovers bold. Prince bestoweth scorning, pebbles hand adorning. Foeman might not stand for his deathful brand. Yew bow loudly sang, sword blades beating rang. Lances I were cast, still he the land held fast. Proud Eric, prince renowned, and praise his feats hath crowned. Monarch at thy will, judge my minstrel skill. Silence thus to find, sweetly cheered my mind. Moved my mouth with word, from my heart's ground stirred. Draught of Odin's wave, due to warrior brave. Silence I have broken, a sovereign's glory spoken, words I knew well fitting, warrior council sitting. Praise from heart I bring, praise to honored king. Plain I sang and clear, song that all could hear. Hail, Egill Skallagrimsson. I'm really glad to get the opportunity to read that again. It's been a lot of years, and that is masterful. Chapter 64. Egill's life is given him. King Eric sat upright while Egill recited the poem and looked keenly at him. And when the song of praise was ended, then spake the king. Right well was the poem recited. And now, Bjorn, I've resolved about the cause between me and Egill, how it shall go. Thou hast pleaded at Egill's cause with great eagerness, since thou offerest to risk a conflict with me. Now shall I, for thy sake, do what thou hast asked, letting Egill go from my land safe and unhurt. But thou, Egill, so order thy going that, after leaving my presence in this hall, thou never come before my eyes, nor my son's eyes, nor be ever in the way of myself or my people. But I give thee now thy head this time for this reason, that thou camest freely into my power. I will do no dastardly deed on thee. Yet know thou this for sure, that this is no reconciliation with me or my sons, or any of our kin who wish to wreak their vengeance. Then sang Egill, loath am I in no wise, though in features loathly, helm-capped head in pardon, from high king to take, who can boast that ever better gift he won him from a lordly sovereign's noble-minded son. Bjorn thanked the king with many fair words for the honor and the friendship that he had shown him. Then they two, Bjorn and Egill, went back to Bjorn's house. After that, Bjorn bade horses be made ready for his people. He rode away with Egill and 100 fully armed men with him. Bjorn rode with that force till they came to King Athelstan, where they were well received. The king asked Egill to remain with him and inquired how it had gone between him and King Eric, whereupon Egill spake a verse. Egill, his eyes black-browed from Eric, Raven's friend, welcomed, wise help therein, wife's loyal kin lent, my head throne of helmet, an heritage noble, as erst from rough rainstorm to rescue I knew. But at the parting of Bjorn and Egill gave Bjorn those 2 gold rings that King Athelstan had given him, whereof each weighed a mark. And Bjorn gave Egill the sword called Drauvendil. This had been given to Bjorn by Thorolf Skallagrimsson. But before that, Skallagrim had received it from Thorolf, his brother. But to Thorolf, the sword was given by Grim Shaggyskin, son of Kettlehang. Kettlehang had owned the sword and used it in single combats, and no sword was there more biting. Egill and Bjorn parted with much affection. Bjorn went home to King Eric at York. But Egill's comrades and shipmates had good peace there and disposed their cargo under Bjorn's protection. But as winter wore on, they moved south to England and joined Egill. Chapter 65. Egill goes to Norway. There was a baron in Norway named Erik Allwise. He married Thora, daughter of Lord Thorir, sister of Arinbjorn. He owned property eastward at Vik. He was a very wealthy man, much honored, a prophetic foresight. Son of Eric and Thora was Thorstein. He was brought up with Arinbjorn and was now fully grown, though quite young. He had gone westward to England with Arinbjorn. But in that same summer, when Egill had come to England, these tidings were heard from Norway that Erik Allwise was dead, but the king's stewards had taken his inheritance and claimed it for the king. These tidings, when Arinbjorn and Thorstein heard, they resolved that Thorstein should go east and see after the inheritance. So when spring came on, and men made ready their ships, who meant to travel from land to land, and Thorstein went south to London, and there found King Athelstan. He produced tokens and a message from Arinbjorn to the king, and also to Egill, that he might be his advocate with the king, so that the King Athelstan might send a message for himself to King Haakon, his foster son, advising that Thorstein should get his inheritance and possessions in Norway. King Athelstan was easily persuaded to this, because Arinbjorn was known to him for good. Then came Egill also to speak with King Athelstan, and told him his intention. I wish this summer, he said, to go eastward to Norway, and see after the property of which King Eric and Bergenund robbed me. Atle the Short, Bergenund's brother, is now in possession. I know that, if a message of yours be added, I shall get law in this matter. The king said that Egill should rule his own goings, but best, methinks, were it, he said, for thee to be with me, and be made defender of my land, and command my army. I will promote thee to great honor. Egill answered, this offer I deem most desirable to take. I will say yea to it, and not nay. Yet have I first to go to Iceland, and see after my wife, and the property that I have there. King Athelstan then gave to Egill a good merchant ship, and a cargo therewith, and was aboard for landing wheat and honey, and much money worth in other wares. And when Egill made ready his ship for sea, then Thorstein, Eric's son, settled to go with him, he of whom mention was made before, who was afterward called Thora's son. And when they were ready, they sailed, King Athelstan and Egill's parting with much friendship. Egill and his company had a prosperous voyage. They came to Norway eastwards in Vik, and sailed their ship right into Oslerfirth. Up on land, there Thorstein had estates, and also inward as far as Raumarik. And when Thorstein landed there, he then preferred his claim to his father's property before the stewards, who were settled on the farm. Many lent help to Thorstein in the matter. A meeting was held about it. Thorstein had there many kinsmen of renown. The end was that it was referred to the king's decision, Thorstein, meanwhile, taking to him the safekeeping of his father's possessions. For winter lodgment, Egill went to Thorstein with 11 more. Thither to Thorstein's house was moved the wheat and honey. A merry time of it they had that winter. Thorstein kept the house in grand style, for provisions were in plenty. Chapter 66. Egill and Thorstein go before the king. King Haakon, Athelstan's foster son, then ruled Norway, as was told before. That winter, the king held court in the north, in Thrandheim. But as the winter wore on, Thorstein started on his journey, and Egill with him. And they had about 30 men. When ready, they first went to Upland, thence northward by the Dovrefell to Throndheim, where they came before King Haakon. They declared their errand with the king. Thorstein explained his cause and produced witnesses that he was the rightful owner of all that inheritance which he claimed. The king received this matter well and let Thorstein obtain his possessions, and therewith he was made a baron of the king, even as his father had been. Egill also went before King Haakon and declared his errand, giving therewith King Athelstan's message and tokens. Egill claimed property that had belonged to Bjorn Yeoman, lands and chattels. Half of this property he claimed for himself and Ausgerther, his wife. And he offered witnesses and oath to the cause. He said, too, that he had set all this before King Eric, adding that he had then not got law, owing to King Eric's power and the prompting of Gunhilda. Egill set forth the whole cause which had been tried at the Gulathing. He then begged the king to grant him law in this matter. King Haakon answered, "This have I heard, that my brother Eric, and with him Gunhilda, both assert that thou, Egill, hast cast a stone beyond thy strength in thy dealing with them. Now methinks, though, I and Eric have not the luck to agree, yet thou mightest be well content should I do nothing in this cause." Egill said, "Thou mayest not, O king, be silent about causes so great, for all men here in the land, natives or foreigners, must hearken to thy bidding or banning. I have heard that thou establishes here in the land law and right for everyone. Now I know that thou wilt let me get these even as other men. Methinks I am of birth and have strength of kinsfolk enough here in the land to win right against Atli the Short. But as for the cause between me and King Eric, there is this to say to thee, that I went before him, and that we so parted that he bade me go in peace whither I would. I will offer thee, my lord, my following and service. I know that there will be here with thee men who can in no wise be thought of no more martial appearance than I am. My foreboding is that I will not be long ere thou and King Eric meet, that it will not be long that thou and King Eric meet, if ye both live. And I shall be surprised if thou come not then to think that Gunhilda has borne too many sons." The king said, "Thou shalt not, Egill, become my liegeman. Thy kin have hewn far too many gaps in our house for this, to be well that thou shouldest settle here in the land. Go thou out to Iceland, and dwell there on thy father's inheritance. No harm will there touch thee from our kin. But in this land, 'tis to be looked for that thou all thy days our kin will be more powerful. Yet for the sake of King Athelstan, my foster father, thou shalt have peace here in the land, and shalt get law and land right, for I know that he holds thee right dear." Egill thanked the king for his words, and prayed that the king would give him sure tokens to Thord in Arland, or to other barons in Sogan and Hordaland. The king said that this should be done. Chapter 67. Egill slays Ljot the Pale. Thorstein and Egill made ready for their journey so soon as they had ended their errand. They then went their way back, and when they came south over the Dovrefell, then said Egill that he would go down to Romsdale, and after that south by way of the Sounds. I will, said he, finish my business in Sogan and Hortherland, for I would fain in the summer take my ship out to Iceland. Thorstein bade him settle his journey as he would, so Thorstein and Egill separated. Thorstein went south by the Dales all the way till he came to his estates. There he produced the tokens of the king and his message before the stewards, that they should give up all the property which they had taken and Thorstein claimed. No one spoke against it, and he took all his property. Egill went his way. They being 12 in all, they came to Ramsdale. There got them conveyance, and then went south to Mairi. Nothing was told of their journey before they came to the island called Hod, and went to pass the night at a farm named Bindheim. This was a well-to-do homestead in which dwelt a baron named Fridgir. He was young in years and had but lately inherited his father's property. His mother was named Gyda. She was a sister of Lord Ehrenbjorn, a woman of noble presence and wealthy. She managed the house for her son, Fridgir. They lived in grand style. There, Egill and his company found good welcome. In the evening, Egill sat next to Fridgir and his comrades outside him. There was much drink and sumptuous viands. Gyda, the house mistress, in the evening had some talk with Egill. She inquired about Ehrenbjorn, her brother, and others of her kinsmen and friends who had gone to England with Ehrenbjorn. Egill answered her inquiries. She asked what tidings had befallen in Egill's journey. He told her plainly, and then he sang. Gloomy on me glowered, in gruesome wrath a king. But cuckoo faints and fails not, for vulture flapping near. Aid good from Ehrenbjorn, as oft, and peace I gat. He falls not whom true friends help forward on his way. Egill was very cheerful that evening, but Fridgir and his household were rather silent. Egill saw there was a maiden fair and well dressed. He was told that she was Fridgir's sister. The maiden was sad and wept constantly that evening, which they thought strange. They were there for the night, but in the morning the wind was blowing hard and there was no putting to sea. They need a boat to take them from the island. Then went Fridgir, and with him Gyda to Egill, and offered that he and his comrades should stay there till it was good traveling weather, and should have thence such help for the journey as they needed. This Egill accepted. They stayed there, weather-bound, for 3 nights, most hospitably entertained. After that, the weather became calm. Then Egill and his men rose up early in the morning and made ready. They went to meat, and ale was given them to drink. They sat a while. Then they took their clothes. Egill stood up and thanked the master and mistress of the house for their entertainment. Then they went out. The master and his mother went out into the path with them. Gyda then went to speak with her son Fridgir, and talked low with him. Egill standing the while and waiting for them. Egill said to the maiden, "Why weep you, maiden? I never see you cheerful." She could not answer, but wept the more. Fridgir now said to his mother aloud, "I will not now ask this. They are even now ready for their journey." Then Gyda went to Egill and said, "I will tell you, Egill, how things stand here with us. There is a man named Ljot the Pale. He is a berserk and a duelist. He is hated. He came here and asked my daughter to wife, but we answered at once, refusing the match. Whereupon he challenged my son Fridgir to wager of battle, and he has to go tomorrow to this combat on the island called Vors. Now I wished, Egill, that you should go to the combat with Fridgir. It would soon be shown if Arenbjorn were here in the land that we should not endure the overbearing of such a fellow as Liot. Egill said, "'Tis but my bounden duty, lady, for the sake of Arenbjorn, thy kinsman, that I go, if Fredgeir thinks this is any help to him." "Wherein you do well," said Egill. "So we will go back into the hall and be all together for the whole day." Then Egill and the rest went into the hall and drank. They sate there for the day. But in the evening came those friends of Fredgeir who had appointed to go with him, and there was a numerous company for the night and a great banquet. On the morrow, Fredgeir made ready to go, and many with him, Egill being one of the party. It was now good traveling weather. They now start and soon came to the island. There was a fair plain near the sea, which was to be the place of combat. The ground was marked out by stones lying round in a ring. Soon came thither Liot and his party, then made him ready for combat. He had shield and sword. Liot was a man of vast size and strong. And as he came forward on the field to the ground of combat, a fit of berserk fury seized him. He began to bellow hideously and bit his shield. Fredgeir was not a tall man. He was slenderly built, comely in face, not strong. He had not been used to combats, but when Egill saw Liot, then he sang a stave. "It fits not young Fredgeir to fight with this warrior, grim gnar of Shieldrim. By his gods who doth curse, I better may meet him, may rescue the maiden. Full fearsome he stareth, yet fey are his eyes." Liot saw where Egill stood and heard his words. He said, "Come thou hither, big man, to the holm, and fight with me if thou hast a wish that way. That is a far more even match than I thought I should fight with Fredgeir. For I shall deem me no whit the greater man, though I lay him low on earth." Then sang Egill, "Liot asketh but little. Loth were I to balk him. Pale white my hand plaint shall play on his mail. Come busk we for combat, nor quarter expect thou. Strife stir in miry, stern shield cutting hours." After this, Egill made him ready for combat with Liot. Egill had the shield that he was wont to have, was girded with the sword which he called Adder, but in his hand he had Dragvendil. He went in over the boundary that marked the battleground, but Liot was then not ready. Egill shook his sword and sang, "Hew we with hilt wands flashing, hack we shields with falchion, test we moony targets, tinge red swords in blood. Liot from life be sundered, low stern play shall lay him. Quelled the quarrel seeker, come eagles to your prey." Then Liot came forward on the field and declared the law of combat, that he should ever after bear the name of dastard who should draw back outside the boundary stones that were set up in a ring round the field of combat. This done, they closed, and Egill dealt a blow at Liot, which Liot parried with his shield. But Egill then dealt blow upon blow so fast that Liot got no chance for a blow in return. He drew back to get room for a stroke, but Egill pressed as quickly after him, dealing blows with all his vigor. Liot went out beyond the boundary stones, far into the field. So ended the first bout. Then Liot begged for a rest. Egill let it be so. They stopped, therefore, and rested, and Egill sang, "Free-handed gold giver, back goeth yon champion. In craven fear crouches this wealth-craving wight. Not strongly fights spearman, his strokes who delayeth. Low beat by a bald head, this bragging pest flies. These were the laws of wager of battle in those times, that when one man challenged another on any claim, and the challenger gained the victory, then he should have as prize of victory that which he had claimed in the challenge. But if he were vanquished, then he should ransom himself for such price as should be fixed. But if he were slain on the field, then he forfeited all his possessions, and he who slew him in combat should take his inheritance. This was also law, that if a foreigner died who had no heir in the land, then that inheritance fell to the king's treasury. And now Egill bade Lot be ready. I will, he said, that we now try to the utmost this combat. Lot sprang swiftly to his feet. Egill bounded at him and dealt at once a blow at him. He pressed him so close that he was driven back, and the shield shifted from before him. Then smote Egill at Lot, and the blow came on him above the knee, taking off his leg. Lot then fell and soon expired. Then Egill went to where Fridgir and his party stood. He was heartily thanked for this work. Then Egill spake a verse. Fallen lies the wolf feeder, foul worker of mischief. Liot's leg by Skald severed, leaves Fridgir in peace. From the free gold giver, Gurdon, none I seek me. Sport I deem the spear den, sport with such pale foe. Liot's death was little mourned, for he had been a turbulent bully. He was a Swede by birth, and had no kin in the land. He had come thither and amassed him wealth by duels. He had slain many worthy landowners whom he had first challenged to wager of battle for their lands and heritages. He had now become very wealthy, both in lands and chattels. Egill went home with Fridgir from the field of combat. He stayed there but a short time before going south to Mairi. Egill and Fridgir parted with much affection. Egill charged Fridgir with securing the lands that had belonged to Lot. Egill went on his way and came to the Firths, whence he went into Sogn to seek Thord in Ireland. Thord received him well. He declared his errand and the message of King Haakon. The words of Egill were taken well by Thord, who promised him to help in this matter. Egill remained there with Thord far into the spring. Chapter 68 of Egill's journeyings. Egill went on southwards to Hordaland, taking for this journey a rowing vessel, and thereon 30 men. They came on a day to Asker on Finnhring Island. Egill went up to the house with 20 men, while 10 guarded the ship. Atli the Short was there with some men. Egill bade him to be called out, and told that Egill Skallagrimsson had an errand with him. Atli took his weapons, as did all the fighting men that were there, and they went out. Egill spoke. I am told, Atli, that you hold in keeping that property which of right belongs to me and my wife Ausgerther. You will belike have heard it talked of ere now, how I claimed the inheritance of Bjorn Yeoman, which Bergenund, your brother, kept from me. I am now come to look after that property, lands, and chattels, and to beg you to give it up and pay it into my hands. Said Atli, long have we heard, Egill, that you are a most unjust man, but now I shall come to prove it. If you mean to claim at my hands this property, which King Eric adjudged to Barganon my brother, King Eric had then power to bid and ban in this land. I was thinking now, Egill, that you would come here for this end, to offer me a fine for my brothers, whose lives you took, and that you would pay atonement for the privilege committed by you here at Asker. I would make answer to this proposal if you should plead this errand. But here, to this other, I can make none. I shall then, said Egill, offer you, as I offered Onund, that Gulathing law decided our cause. Your brothers, I declare, to have fallen without claim for fine, and through their own wrong deeds, because they had first plundered me of law and land right, and taken my property by force of arms. I have the king's leave herein to try the law with you in this cause. I summon you to the Gulathing, there to have lawful decision on the matter. To the Gulathing, said Atli, I will come, and we can there speak of this matter. Hereupon, Egill with his comrades went away. He went north to Sorgen, then into Aurland to Thord, his wife's kinsman. And there he stayed till the Gulathing. And when men came to the thing, then came Egill thither. Atli the Short was also there. They began to declare their cause and pleaded it before those who were to judge. Egill made his demand of money due, but Atli offered against it as a lawful defense the oath of 12 men that he, Atli, had in keeping no money that belonged to Egill. And when Atli went before the court with his 12 who would swear, then went Egill to meet him and said that he would not accept Atli's oath for his own property. I will offer you other law that we do battle here at the thing, that he shall have the property who wins the victory. This was also law that Egill proposed, an ancient custom, that any man had a right to challenge another to wager of battle, whether he were defendant in the cause or prosecutor. Atli said that he would not refuse this to do battle with Egill, for, he said, you propose what I ought to have proposed, seeing that I have enough loss to avenge on you. You have done to death my 2 brothers, and far shall I be from upholding the right if I yield to you mine own possessions unlawfully, rather than to fight with you when you offer me this choice. So then Atli and Egill joined hands, pledged them to do battle, the victor to own the lands for which they had been disputing. After this, they arrayed them for combat. Egill came forward with helm on head and shield before him, and halberd in hand. But his sword, Dragvendil, he suspended from his right arm. It was the custom with those who fought in single combat so to arrange that the sword should need no drawing during the fight, but be attached to the arm to be at ready at once when the combatant willed. Atli had the same arming as Egill. He was experienced in single combat, was a strong man, and of good courage. To the field was led forth a bull, large and old, sacrificial beast, such was termed, to be slain by him who won the victory. Sometimes there was one such ox, sometimes each combatant had his own led forth. When they were ready for combat, they ran at each other, and first they threw their halberds, neither of which stood fast in the foeman's shield, but both struck in the ground. Then took they both to their swords, and went at it with a will, blow upon blow. Atli gave no ground. They smote fast and hard, and full soon their shields were becoming useless. And when Atli's shield was of no use, then he cast it from him, and grasping his sword in both hands, dealt blows as quickly as possible. Egill fetched him a blow on the shoulder, but the sword bit not. He dealt another and a third. It was now easy to find parts in Atli that he could strike, since he had no cover. And Egill brandished and brought down his sword with all his might, yet it bit not, strike where he might. And then Egill saw that nothing would be done this way, for his shield was now rendered useless. So Egill let drop both sword and shield, and bounding on Atli, gripped him with his hands. Then the difference of strength was seen, and Atli fell right back. But when Egill went down prone upon him and bit through his throat, there Atli died. Egill leapt up at once and ran to where the victim stood. With one hand he gripped his lips, and with the other his horn, and gave him such a wrench that his feet slipped up and his neck was broken. After which Egill went where his comrades stood, and then he sang. I bared blue Dragvandil, who bit not the buckler. Atli the short, so blunted all edges by his spells. Straining my strength, I grappled, staggered the wordy foeman. My tooth I bade bit him, best of swords at need. Then Egill got possession of all those lands for which he had contended and claimed as rightful, coming to his wife Ausgerther from her father. Nothing is told of further tidings of that thing. Egill then went first into Saga and arranged about those lands that he now got into his power. He remained there for a great part of the spring. Afterwards, he went with his comrades eastward to Vik, then to seek Thorstein, and was there for a while. All right, last chapter, and this one's tiny. Chapter 69. Egill comes out to Iceland. In the summer, Egill prepared his ship, and, when all was ready, at once set sail for Iceland. His voyage sped well. He came to Borgafirth and brought in his ship just below his own house. He had his cargo conveyed home and set up his ship. Egill stayed in his home that winter. He had now brought out very great wealth and was a very rich man. He had a large and lofty house. Egill was by no means meddlesome with other men's matters, nor generally presuming when there in Iceland, nor did any try to encroach on what was his. Egill remained at home now for years not a few. Egill and Ausgerther had children thus named: Bodvar, a son, and another son, Gunnar, Thorgerther, a daughter, and Bera. Their youngest was Thorstein, and Egill's children were of good promise and intelligence. Thorgerther was the eldest of the children, Bera the next. And that brings our reading to a close this evening. Nothing lost. You are very welcome. I enjoy reading this. It's translated archaically and a little bit awkwardly, so I apologize for stumbling over a few things here and there, but I've really enjoyed reading it this evening, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to make sure we answer. Again, I know a lot of you waited a long time. I hope those that asked earlier in the broadcast are still with us, or if not, listen at a later time, because I do want to answer all the questions. I just want to make sure we get through the text first. So I'm going back over to our questions list here. Apologize, guys. I'm doing this single-handedly, sorta. Nick's helping me, but I'm kind of the voice on the deal here. So as I go back and read the questions. It takes me a second to catch up on some of the chat. So we have a question. Will the AFA ever host a cultural institute of some kind, hosting language classes, offering certificates, and the like? That's a really cool idea. I'm not at all opposed to that. I'd really like us to do that at some point. It's not scheduled or, really on our radar to do at this point, but I think it's a really neat idea, and I'd be curious how that develops. And we have those of you that may not know, this is simulcast on a lot of different platforms. I think our best audience is here on YouTube or over on X, but we also are on Rumble. We're on Twitch. We're on Odyssey, and we're on VK. So there's a lot of different stuff, and you can always ask questions live. When we're doing lore stuff, we kind of wait to the end to answer questions that aren't like immediately pertinent. But here's the question. G'day, have you guys looked into Tartaria, the Tartarian Empire, the Mud Flood Reset, Black Sun, and the 13 months calendar? I don't know if all of those are connected or not. The Tartaria mud flood thing, and again, I'm not going to claim I'm an expert or that I've really dived into it. As it has been presented to me is on the surface ridiculous. There may be someone who can put something eloquent to me that might change my mind, but it seems ludicrous. We don't have gaps. We have very complete history in a lot of different places that take us pretty comprehensively through the time period and the stuff that theory talks about. It sounds absurd. I remain open-minded. If there's something I need to look into or think about, I'm fascinated to learn different things. But all of the things that I've seen and have been presented to me, I find without merit so far. But maybe there's something I don't know on it. Sorry, guys, still reading through the questions. So, Morris Taylor, is it correct to view the current world as pre-Ragnarok or post-Ragnarok? I.e., are all the gods going to die, or did they already? Or does time work differently than linear? Yes. Yes answers all of those questions, though I know it doesn't explain it much. What we've talked about on the show a number of times is the idea of mythic time. Our gods don't die in the sense that you're talking about. They are indestructible in that sense. Ragnarok is in the future, it is now, and it is past. It is all that simultaneously. Mythic time functions very different than linear time. And there's a lot of layers. I realize that sounds like a very complicated answer, but it's the truth, and it's the best way that I know to present that truth. Our myths, all of the stories when you read them are present and in the moment when you read them. They're in the future, they're in the past, they're all of those things simultaneously. In order for us to better relate to our mythos, to our gods, we see them at all different seasons of their lives and in all of those different situations. their truths in those moments reveal themselves to us in all the different seasons and situations of our lives. And the myths are an ever repeating cycle of becoming, being, and falling away, and then becoming again. I know that's not the easiest to follow, but that is the truth of it and the way to embody it. But what's important for your day to day, our day to day, and our going forth, our gods exist. They hear us. They interact with us through the gift cycle. That is true, whatever our conception of how we want to make a timeline or how we want to conceive of the time cycle, that happens. Life beyond the veil and outside of Midgar, there functions differently. But that understanding of death doesn't preclude one from interacting. We know that we interact with our loved ones who have passed, and that the veil allows that gift cycle and interaction to go on. So same is true of our gods. They exist, they interact, they hear us, they share with us, and they participate in that gift cycle. And that's the fundamental truth of our practice. Everything else builds on that, but that bedrock is absolutely true. Also from Morris Taylor, how do you change your mindset from just seeing our people being attacked from every angle to being optimistic and building things for the future, regardless of what other people say? It's difficult in this world because we are bombarded with negative stuff all the time. So the answer is this. You focus on the things in your life that you have control of. You get lost if all of your focus is towards these big macro geopolitical things that involve billions of people that you feel powerless to affect. That's great. Be aware of the world around you. If you have a way to affect the big picture, then cool. But you have infinite ways to affect the small picture. You have plenty of ways before you to make life for yourself and your family better. You have literally infinite opportunity in front of you to build for yourself and your family. If you're always focused on what you don't have and opportunities that you don't have, you are blinded to all of the opportunities that you do have, and there's tons. Very specifically, I channel all of that frustration and angst and concern into the Asatru Folk Assembly. You have the ability, as a member of the Asatru Folk Assembly, to drastically affect the lives of hundreds, likely thousands, possibly tens of thousands of people. That's so much more than most people have access to. In the AFA, we've done amazing things in just the past few years. In the last decade, we've established the first 4 real Hoffs to our gods in 1,000 years. For 1,000 years, Odin and Thor, and Balder and Njordur did not have Hoffs. They do now, due to a relatively small amount of people just making the effort. So if you're not a member, join us and be part of that. We're accomplishing beautiful things every day. My daughter's never going to know a world that doesn't have Hoffs to our gods in it. We didn't have that before 10 years ago. We're doing awesome stuff. It's so hard when we get a constant stream of negativity. Break free of that. Focus on what we can do, because we're doing amazing things. If you're not part of it, come home. Build amazing things with us. We're doing stuff every day. Sorry, guys, for the dead air. I'm used to Svan filling it. All right. So from the Wolf Throne, here you go, Thief. What advice would you give to your 24-year-old self? Being that, the Wolf Throne is 24 and he needs life advice. So that's tricky. I'm that guy that overthinks all of those questions. And to firmly, it'd take me hours to really thresh out exactly what I'd tell myself exactly at where I was when I was 24. But in general, sorry, I'm mathing here. So I would have been 24 in 2005. And I guess the first half of 2006. It's funny you should ask that. That's a time in my life where I really went through a lot of change. At that time, I was floating around, but not actively being a part of AFA stuff. I didn't get really active in the AFA till 2009. So I would encourage myself to dive into that even quicker. I would encourage myself at that time to, and all of these things, I'm just being honest, and they're coming as they're coming, to count my macros instead of just trying to meet my protein, because I got really fat in my process of trying to get big. I could have looked better, had gotten less fat if I would have paid attention to macros and not just protein intake. I would counsel my 24-year-old self into having confidence in what I could do and not being willing to settle for less. I mean that in a lot of ways, but like romantically and otherwise. I was still coming into having confidence in myself and knowing a degree of my value. I was beaten down and kind of willing to take what I could get in life. And I think that I would tell myself that you're better than that and you can do better and you can try for more. It's hard because I wouldn't I'm very happy with the life that I've been able to make for myself and the blessings I've received in my life. So it's not so much a do-over thing, but like, no, you have so much opportunity. Go out there and make the effort. Don't just be lonely and take whatever comes your way. Have standards and shoot for people that you think are maybe out of your league. And if you really do that, you can probably, be successful beyond what maybe you're entitled to if you have the courage to go out there and try to make it happen. And Mandy's awesome. My life is great. I met her much later than 24. This isn't a reference to that. It's earlier relationships and other things in my life. Please don't read into that. Thinking on it, I was like 33 or so when I met my wife. And then I developed who I was, and I knew who I was by then. Yeah, that's what I'd say. Have confidence in yourself and go out there and make the dreams that you want happen. Believe in your ability to achieve things through being consistent. Consistency is the key in anything you want to try. Give it time to work, though. Stuff doesn't happen overnight. And also, people who've been around longer than you know more than you. Doesn't mean they're always right, but you should assume that if people have been doing something for a long time and have had success at it, maybe they know a little something about what they're doing. And when they make choices that maybe you don't think you would have made, maybe they have reasons and see things from a perspective that you don't see. When we're in our early 20s, this is speaking for myself, but also so many people that I know, you think you know everything. And man, if I was only there, I would do this, or I would do that, or I'd do it different, or I'd do whatever. You don't know that until you're there and you're exposed to the same vantage point that some of the people you think you do differently than are. All this may sound cryptic, but I do think it's really good advice. And rather than enthusiastically jumping behind one thing after another, if you don't have immediate success, invest in your long-term success. And when you find something that is good, take the time to let it work itself out and to build yourself within that context, rather than being flaky and trying a million different things and failing at all of them. Find the things that actually are valuable to you and invest the time to let them work out. That's what I'd say at this point. Probably a million other things if you ask me at a different time, but those are the things that I can think of right now. Last one, what does Odin think of homosexuals? I think it would be impious of me to, well, Odin thinks this. I think that's the wrong thing for me to do. Everything in our lore and in our being tells me homosexuality, especially male homosexuality, is a mental disorder that is in a lot of ways disgusting to our traditional value system. It inverts the values of masculinity and femininity in a toxic and malignant way that's indicative of a dangerous and concerning mental illness. And I think, our ancestors certainly did not approve of it, and it was dealt with more or less harshly in a lot of different contexts. One of the things that we know to be true in our current life experience and in the world around us, male homosexuality is a mental illness that replicates through vampirism, for lack of a better term. There's kind of the phrase out there, hurt people hurt people. There is a common thread amongst every homosexual that I've known well enough to where they were willing to admit this, and many, many things that I've read anecdotally, and many people who I've spoken to who've been the victim of abuse. That is propagated by the exploitation and abuse of children. And it becomes a generational process that preys on the innocence of children to propagate itself. It's a very dangerous thing, and a thing that we do not allow in the Asatru Folk Assembly, and we guard heavily against, because it is a threat to the well-being of our children and to the furtherance of our folk. All right, guys. So it's been a long one this evening, but I'm loving reading through this again with you guys. I appreciate you guys bearing with me, even though my co-host had to go and deal with some stomach issues this evening. We in all likelihood, we'll have him back next week to join us. I hope you guys will join us. Like, share, subscribe. If you know people that would be educated and or entertained by this, let them know. Biggest thing preventing our growth is that a lot of our folk don't know that we are here. So please let folks know. If you're listening to this and you agree with things we're saying, you're a heterosexual white person that wants to come home to your gods, join the Asatru Folk Assembly. We're doing amazing things. We would love to have you part of the family and sharing in those victories with us. But I appreciate you guys. Coming up on Friday, we're starting the Yule season. I hope everyone listening to this has an amazing Yule with you and your family, surrounded by people who care about you, celebrating and truly taking 12 days to enjoy the blessings that you have in your life. Yeah, I hope you guys all have an amazing Yule. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys next Wednesday. Till then, hail the Aesir, hail the folk, hail the AFA. Remember, victory never sleeps.